站着。Take. Today is September 20th, 2025. Fort Clark Springs Boardroom. We have 4 members of the board of directors here. This makes a quorum. Ms. Sharon Wolf will be out today. She'll be excused from today's meeting due to a personal issue. At this time, can we stand up for a moment of
Recording in
silence?
progress.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. One quick PS. Hello? Hello? Adam, my mic's off. Hello? One quick PSA. I want to give a special thanks to the volunteers that have been helping us at the golf course. It looks fabulous, continues to look good. Their efforts are very much appreciated. Of course, Warren and his army, thank you again. And a special thanks to a couple, and I don't want to mispronounce their name, and because I'm not clear about their name, but they're doing an outstanding job helping us keeping the area of Pecan Road by the creek clean. And I am very appreciative on behalf of the board for their efforts and all volunteer efforts. It's very much appreciated. At this time, we need to approve the meeting minutes for August 16th. Ms. Shar, these are the only minutes we have, correct?
No, there's two.
There's two.
The first budget workshop.
August 16th and August 19th.
What is that? Somebody just got attacked. My mic's not working either.
No. We have meetings to approve for August 16th and August 9th. If everyone can just give it a, I'm sure we've all looked at it, but just give it a quick review, give it a couple minutes.
I make a motion to approve the August 16th regular board meeting minutes.
Or a second motion?
I'm just looking.
Okay, go ahead. Okay.
Sorry.
That's one's working. Testing. Yeah.
All right, second to approve.
All in favor? Unanimous vote. August 9th minutes.
I was not at that meeting, so
Yeah,
I'll abstain.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Did you read the minutes anyway?
I'll
Approve them.
abstain earlier, but like I said, I was there. So unless I watched the video. Does anybody have a good joke?
We could do a little karaoke.
Cut your phone back on your plate. This is our first budget meeting. Right?
Yeah, it was in August.
Right.
It was on a Saturday. And we had two this month.
Right, but this was the first.
Yes, that was the introduction, yeah.
Okay. I don't need I don't need to explain why, I guess. I can just say yes or no to vote to approve, right?
You agree with the minutes or you don't agree with the minutes. We can change them, we can fix them.
Yeah, well, I think there's stuff that needs to be added, but I can't name it all. I
Okay.
know what it is, but I can't be specific
You
enough.
want to table them to next meeting?
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Make a motion to table meeting.
I motion to table August 9th meetings for revisions.
Very good. On the agenda, we,
Yeah, we have to vote on that.
okay, sorry. How do we vote on the tabling of the minutes?
I vote the yes table.
Yes. Okay, unanimous.
Well, Sean didn't vote.
No,
No, he's, John
he wasn't
abstains.
there.
She wasn't here.
Well, there you go.
On the next is, we have minutes pending from September 8th, 2025. And it's not listed here, but because we sent out the agenda before we had the actual meeting on the 16th, we'll have two sets, we'll have,
Are they in here?
no,
Oh.
we'll have three sets to approve next month, August 9th, September 8th, and
Today.
September 16th, and today. Wow, three sets. But it's okay, we'll get them all out, one thing at a time. Secretary report, Ms. Wolf is not here today. Was there any letters, Ms. Cavender, to the best of your knowledge? Okay. Okay, treasurer's report.
Okay, we had, in July, we had 775 of, transfer fees. And in August, we had $900 in transfer fees. I don't have anything for the motel in here, so I'll go to the, bank balances. So before when I was doing this chart, I only had the ending balances, which included the restricted accounts, surety bond, and such, which is why we really didn't see how operational monies were flowing for us. So I revised it this time, and this is only operational accounts. This account has been closed as of here in after May, because we're doing the process of reducing our bank accounts. This one was closed long ago. This is new. This is Los Morris. But this is where the ERC money was moved back from the restricted fund back into the general fund or to the general fund around November, October of 2023. So this is the kind of operational money we were working with before that time. The lowest point here was about $254,000 of operational money in September of 2023. Then we pumped it up with ERC money as time went by, went down, then it started going up and started going back down here. This is as of the rest are the bank statements from the end of the month compiled. This is for September as of last night. So we have $23,000 and $165 in our bank and trust accounts, which we're now using for checks and cash that are brought in. And then that's later transferred to Fidelity. The other accounts have been reduced to such small levels. Texas Community has 2,780. And I don't know, there's another one in there that's so small. So, and then the Fidelity account has $213,000. So as of this moment, we have in the neighborhood of $239,000 of operating cash with the association. And in October, the property taxes will be, last year was like 132, maybe it's going to be 140. So by the time we pay that, we could be down to, $100,000 or so. I think we have a payroll, but we'll also have some incoming expenses and such. But we certainly will be flying a little bit close to the ground as we adopt a new budget and try to shore up a bit more of operational money in there for us. We're still earning money on Fidelity, but clearly less because we don't have overall. We're down to $587,138. This yellow box here is the new Fidelity Preservation account, which has been getting, I don't know, nearly $200 a month of interest for preservation just by getting their money and having it sitting in there. So that's basically where we have been. And then we'll see where we're going in the future, with how much operating money we are working with.
Regarding operations, Ms. Cavender, uh, the operations includes payroll or payroll is somewhere else?
No, that includes payroll.
Okay,
I think our next payroll is October 3rd.
Right.
40K or something like that.
Yes.
So in October, we're gonna have 40K back of payroll and maybe 140 or 132 of property taxes if we pay them to get the discount.
I called to,
They won't have that until October, probably as well. So then the county and the other taxing entities do not have to give their numbers until the end of September, so they advised me to call back in October to get the number that we get to pay in October. If it's $140,000, we get a 3% discount for paying that, and while that might drain down our operations a bit more, we will use that discount if we don't do it, and then we'll have to do it. So we'll have to discuss what we're gonna do on the property taxes next month.
So I have a question. Based off our Tuesday meeting, I was told there's additional funds and accounts that I couldn't see.
There was some, and now it's moved into Fidelity, and the overall total is,
those are the amounts right there.
I said operational funds when I asked Tuesday. So here I see a surety bond.
Operational funds are general. The ones that say general, those are on operation.
Right. And that I could see, and I could see now. But I was told outside of the 213 in our Fidelity account that there was another 150,000 that I could not see.
There is not. We paid bills.
It was 60,000.
And that was from last month.
So
Yeah.
I was pretty clear in asking what additional operational funds we had. And I was told that the picture is rosier
At that time when you asked,
Mike,
Tuesday.
oh,
I don't,
and you asked who,
I asked you
okay.
in meeting.
And I had asked Jason. Jason said that he had given you the balances.
I had the balances over. I had the Fidelity, which is all I can access. And I asked in our Tuesday budget meeting, how much additional operational money do we have? And I was told 150,000, and that we're in better shape than I was pointing out in the meeting.
I don't think I said that. I'd have to go back and look at the meeting, but I'm pretty sure I didn't say that. I'm sure that came up from the last month's balances, what was in there, because we had that last month. But I could be incorrect, but I do not recall saying that we had 150,000.
Well, in addition to the question I was also told by a director that we had more money than it appeared to have, than we appeared to have. However, our surety bond is not something we consider. So operationally, for a clear and obvious picture for our treasurer's report, we're looking at what?
right now, we have $239,000 of operational money.
With what big expenses coming on.
The payroll, the taxes, and most of the credit cards and ACH just hit on the 20th, so there will be maybe 30K in there. And then there might be 25 to 30K that is going to be owed to historic and preservation and restricted once we get the correct distributions.
taxes are not due till October 31st.
So how much of that money is owed to restricted that is not touchable?
I would say $25,000 to $30,000. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Call on another one, 25,000. What's our operational cash left over?
If it's 239 minus 25, it's
No, total minus all the expenses.
minus the expenses. So minus the expenses
In October.
in October is we have 240 right now. We take off 140, we're down to 100.
We have 213 right now. If the 240 is
We have 240 because we do have 24,000 in bank and trust
okay.
and maybe almost three but there's money's coming out. There's credit card bills, there's assessments that are going to be collected. So is
So all right. So 240 minus what?
minus 140 would be 100, minus 30 would be 70, minus payroll would 40. So now we're down to 30, but there will be some monies flowing in. Just depends on how much money flows out in that month as well, as to what the end of the day numbers.
So we're down to 30,000 operational until money comes in. Wait, as plus whatever income we make, correct?
I mean, we're definitely flying closer to ground.
I would not say that's correct,
No,
because if you're gonna say, one, we don't have to pay the taxes. We can take a $4,000 or $5,000 hit, not pay that till February. That I believe would be the responsible thing to do, but you can't take the bank accounts today and say, well, this is all our operational cash, and then apply, well, we're gonna spend all this money on October 31st. That's not the way it works. We have the association on the average makes about $200,000 a month in reoccurring revenue. So you have to go to the end of October and say, what would our bank balances be? And then you have to subtract all of that. But you can't just say this is our balance today and then subtract that, because for the next 40 days, we're going to have reoccurring revenue.
Are you arguing for an accrual system then?
I said reoccurring revenue.
But including dragging out our expenses over the year instead of.
No, it's a choice. We can make our tax payment in February. We do not have to make our tax payment in October.
And what penalty are we looking at for a February payment?
It's not a penalty. You get an early exception if you pay early.
It's like,
And there's no penalty in paying in February.
discount. Maybe 2 in November, and then drops down, and then as you get to a certain
So we're
point, it starts to be
losing a 3% discount.
$4,200
Okay.
if we.
And $4,200 to have an additional 140,000 in operational cash is and that's not including that the operational cash staying in Fidelity then incurs interest. So it's not a solid 3%. It's you take that over the course of 4 or 5 months, the $40,000 that's additionally in the bank divided by the interest you make from Fidelity.
I understand interest. I'm just trying to get a clear picture.
Aaron, I just wanted to state that the ending balances that you were talking about is what was relayed to you from August. Not that day current, because in here from August, when I provide this report, the general fund was at $90,000 in bank and trust at the end of August. They're in, so you'd be able to see, and I'm sure when we were talking about that at that point, that would be.
I'm just trying to get a clear picture on numbers because it's all we've been talking about for weeks.
Right, and so let me kind of reiterate what John said. All of those for the month of September have been paid. So now we still have one more payment and assessments that come in on the 20th. So that should hit the bank on Monday because it's toward the weekend. Okay, so that's an additional income that we are not seeing right at this moment. October, we have the 1st through the 20th for assessments that come in. Now, our regular bills will come in at that time, but then also the reductions that we start October 1st as well. And labor.
In the proposed budget, I'll be like $116,000 negative in October.
And our proposed budget,
The last revision of the budget that we had yesterday, were we 116,000 negative in October.
I do not have that right in front of me, and I did not
That
memorize
was only
every
if we
single
paid the
line.
taxes.
Yeah, so we pay the taxes, we're negative.
Well, it was 330 was the original proposed budget. I don't know which, I haven't looked at the new update, but the 330 was originally, and then that was a combination of taxes and insurance. But we obviously already paid the insurance, so. And we have a choice on the taxes, which I mean, I think you could probably do some simple math in a minute or so of figuring out if we leave the 140,000 in the bank. I don't know what our return is right now at Fidelity, but if we do that
It's about
across,
4% a year, and so if we're talking about
so call it
October,
$2,000.
November, December, January, yeah.
Call it $2,000. It's going to cost us
Less than
$2,200 to not make the payment until February.
something like that. Yeah, so we'll definitely cost. And then we'll be obligated, we'll be on the hook for those, hoping that we come into the black for the coming months and not go negative more. If we get more negative, then maybe we don't have the money to pay the taxes. So I guess we're gonna find out how well the budget is approved and how well it's followed.
Yeah, well, I mean, we got good stuff going for us. We got the motel, the RV park school hunting season's coming on. I mean, I think we should do
I
well.
certainly hope so.
So I'm looking at it, it is 116,650 in the negative if we paid the taxes for the month of October. I have the budget up right here that I sent out.
I haven't had time to review the new budget. I only know the old one since that was sent yesterday evening. And I'm driving.
I didn't get it done until
Yeah.
7 o'clock at
Yeah,
night.
that's fine. We'll get to budget Monday.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm done with the treasury report unless anyone else has no further questions.
Okay. General manager report. Mike.
Good morning, everybody. I think I want to see some smiles. Okay. I'm getting happy. Due to the fact that I have been consistently working on the budget for weeks, I focused all my time to have it done by last night so I could send out the revised budget so we could vote on it. So I don't have a general manager report other than it would be budget. But, on our agenda, if this is okay with the board, I was giving monthly groundwater update, and I can say it when we do the committee reports, or I could read it now. I just need to make sure that it's okay if I read it
I
now.
don't oppose it. It's up to
Let's get it.
whatever's easier for you.
Okay, Eric?
Do it.
Okay. So I'm gonna read, one of our members sent this to me, just so we can keep everybody abreast on the groundwater update. September 19th, the KCGCD has had several special meetings to review the findings of a state audit with a priority rating, establish the proposed budget and tax rate, and adopt an ethics policy. At the end of the July meeting, the board voted to change their monthly meeting time to the fourth Tuesday of every month to facilitate their lawyer's schedule. This resulted in a schedule conflict for Director Charlie Gaines. At the August meeting, he tendered his resignation. The county judge will appoint a new director in his place based on the recommendation of the KCGCD board. That's a mouthful.
Excuse me, it's the Kinney County Groundwater District.
Kinney County Groundwater
Okay.
Conservation District.
It's an act, that's just a,
I know that, but I was just reading that.
Kinney County.
Thank you. The new hydrologist, Vince Claus, suggested a timeline of projects that will likely be voted on at the September meeting. According to this timeline, a drought plan comes after several other projects. Director Palmer and Gaines argued that the drought plan needs to be implemented. They argued that it can be refined once better scientific data is synthesized. Directors Palmer, Menley, Bland, and Gaines voted to forward the two proposed drought plans to the lawyer for review. The fact that the MAG, modeled available groundwater, is too high was a topic of discussion. Vince Claus stated that the board needs to send a technical memorandum to Region J to get the MAG reduced. This is important to FCS because the current high MAG makes our district vulnerable to outside interests looking for water. In closing, in Kinney County, the KCGCD permitted landowners approximately 65,000 square acre feet of water. And supposedly this is the modeled available groundwater or MAG that can be pumped without a negative effect on spring flow. Permitted pumping has never even reached 15,000 acre feet a year. that it has increased significantly in the last few years. And the spring has stopped flowing, so the bag needs to be reduced. Thank you.
What time is the meeting?
I believe they're at 6 o'clock when they start.
Do they move them to the morning now? I think that was one of their content.
I think it's on Thursday at night.
It doesn't really say the time in here, but I can find out and I can post it out in dispatch for y'all.
They've
Okay.
been working.
Tuesday, 6:30 p.m. If it gets down.
Oh, that's what they got. Thursdays.
No.
Tuesday, 6:30 p.m.
The fourth Tuesday, right?
The fourth Tuesday? Is there always a fourth Tuesday? I guess.
Thank you, Ms. Cavender.
You're welcome.
We have nothing, okay, the committee reports airport.
I did not receive any.
Architectural,
I
That
didn't
would-
receive any.
didn't he just drop something off or that was committee
That was
council?
community council.
Okay. Yes,
community
right,
council.
just, okay, golf,
Did not receive any.
reservation.
I have a reservation
Okay,
to read.
go.
Thank you for your timely. Okay. Yes. Thank you for your timely email about the needed repairs to the art studio located in the motor pool building, which is part of the Polk Park Historical District. The Preservation Committee had its monthly meeting yesterday, September 10th, 2025. And the art studio repairs were on the agenda and discussed that late. 1. We determined we need additional information from you as to whether you will continue to use the window air conditioners that are currently installed or if you will be installing mini split air conditioners. Your determination of this will affect the cost of the repair work. Once you've determined this, we can proceed with getting an estimate on the window repairs, and then we can determine if the funds to proceed with repairs. Excuse me. 2. We also discussed the mesquite tree located on common property next to the stairs into the art studio. The limbs of the tree are causing part of the damage to the roof overhang. Therefore, we recommend that you contact the Fort Clark administration via work order to remove the tree as it will continue to cause damage to the roof overhang. The repairs for the roof overhang was approved at our July 2025 committee meeting, and the contractor, MK Builders, has been engaged to repair the overhang. The deadline for this work to be completed is December 31st, 2025. We appreciate all the positive activities you provide for Clark Springs community and look forward to continue working with you to complete the repairs to the art studio. Constance Kilgore.
Recycling.
Good morning, everybody. Things are pretty quiet. We did have an electrical issue this month. If you pull the gate down, it flew back up. So I thought, oh Lord, here we go. I called Greg Sandoval, who put in all the electric, and he came in and diagnosed that it was a Rio Grande electric problem. So that was great. And he came right away and I didn't have to pay him. So that's really wonderful. Called Rio Grande and they were there the next day and everything was super duper. So no problem. Just for information, the global market for clear plastic is overabundant. And so we're getting $0 for if we sent in clear plastic. So we're going to wait. Yeah, 0 clear plastic, all the water bottles and all the fruit containers and all that clear plastic is right now we use it, we send it in, and there's too much of it in the market. So that's just for information.
I have a question regarding that. So what materials are desirable to recycle?
The best thing is aluminum. Beer cans, soda cans.
Glass?
No, sorry.
And any glass as well?
Glass we do not take.
Okay.
And neither does Uvalde recycle, neither does Del Rio. Glass is too dangerous, apparently. We drop it, there's shards, it's too hard to deal with. So nobody's collecting glass.
Just
There you go.
aluminum, mostly aluminum and I guess cardboard as well.
Cardboard is great. I usually don't report on it. It goes, we pick it up Monday morning. So Philip and maintenance takes care of cardboard baling. So, but it's a good price. I think in August, I sent the checks over for cardboard. I think 42 bales. We probably got about $1,200. The month before, I turned in another check for our stuff. That was what, 1,100 or something. So we did real well, but because we're bailing now, we don't have to ship very often. We just collect up to 42 bales or the equivalent boxes and bales to fill an 18-wheeler. So it's great because now we're saving $650 on the truck.
Right.
So that was great. We were so happy to get a baler now.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to be clear so that everyone hears it. Our a focus on aluminum and cardboard because that's how we make money with recycling.
That's right. And interesting enough, this never happened in the last couple of months. Milk containers, which we're calling natural plastic, has gone way up. People need natural plastic. So that's been amazing. So we didn't used to bail it. And because it's very difficult to squash those giant gallon milk containers. But now we're bailing it. We did pretty well.
I don't mean to drag this report out, but that brings another question for me. You say clear plastic. Would that mean that green plastic, like a Sprite bottle? No?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's clear.
good.
Yeah.
As long as it's number one on the bottom in a little triangle, there's numbers
That's clear.
Well,
to determine what kind of plastic it is.
so but a Sprite bottle, which is green, would be
That's
considered-
great. And the key is as long as you could see through whatever bottle that has a number one on it, whether it's green or dark blue. Now, if you buy a quart of some kind of whiskey, I think it's brown. You can see through it. It's number one. Let us have it.
Right.
Yeah.
That was a good one. Can we maybe get some dispatches sent out that let people know? It seems like it's the gold market. Ooh, clear plastic's hot this week or something. I would have no idea. But some people might run over there with their milk jugs if they knew that you wanted them and we could make something from them. So
I'll be happy. I've had a little trouble. I didn't know whether it was Andres or Charlene, who's doing dispatch. I couldn't figure it out.
I am.
sorry, he's doing almost everything.
You're doing it all.
Doing it all.
Okay. Yeah. I thought I gave Andres something.
Yeah, there has been,
Certainly
there has,
educate the membership on this because I'm totally ignorant to plastic values and what would be the best thing to get over there to the recycle center.
Yeah.
there has been dispatches and there's been a wonderful video with the air drone of the Fort Clark Recycle Center just a couple of weeks ago. If anyone saw it on Fort Clark Springs Association Facebook page. Regarding color, Aaron, for example, you know how you buy the soap containers, plastic, like Gain or Tide, they're red and green.
Like
Those are number,
laundry wash.
those are number 2 color, and we take those two.
Great.
Yeah.
I'll be bringing those from Houston.
Yeah, we have a lot of.
I re-invite you all to come over there and see for yourselves. It's a wonderful place.
It is. Thank you, Charlene.
I
Thank you.
did want to also add too, and I
Thank you,
don't think
Elena.
you know this, Elena, that the school also brings their recycling here.
Cardboard.
Yeah, and I believe Ziggy says, and maybe Strikes, but I can't be positive on that.
The wool mohair.
Okay, there you go.
We have a lot of teachers, especially at the end of the semester. Oh, Lord, office paper, wonderful. It's great. You get tons from the school. I used to collect shredded paper from the bank. also. And I keep going over
And
it.
how long did it take?
Office paper is great, which, of course, the bank has shredded, so great. Same here from our admin office. And so office paper will give us something, but you know what we mostly get is something that's called mixed paper, which is the cereal boxes. And if you buy 24 cans of beer, that kind of content, that's mixed paper. And from this membership, that's what we get the most out of. And it's probably the least paying product, $20 a ton. Not much. It's a lot of work for us, but we still get $20 a ton. Well, that's what we have the most of, believe it or not.
And we're saving room at the landfill. That's what the saving,
And
the
that's-
long-term savings is at.
Right, that's it. That's the whole purpose of the recycle business.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn.
Richard gave me
You
the,
want to read the community council one?
I just had a question pertaining to the plastic. I don't know if I can ask you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, but please, it's on speaker.
Yes, sir.
Come on up. So, hello, everyone. So pertaining to the ones and the clear plastic and the milk cartons per se, is it the clear water bottles that are not bringing in money, and is it the not opaque but translucent milk cartons, half gallon or full gallon, that is bringing in money?
That's what you just said.
That's
Yes.
my understanding.
That's correct.
Okay, and I guess I can get with someone later as to where this location is and things of that nature.
Here's your expert right here.
But we also need volunteers.
Say,
You're in. You're accepted.
Later.
Community council report. You want to read it,
yes,
please?
he also gave me the architectural report now. You want me?
Oh,
to
did it
read
came-
skip it, and then.
Go ahead and do the architecture, then do community council. Please.
Okay, architecture committee report, since their last meeting, we have approved 5 permit requests, 1 amendment and 1 extension. We have denied a request and are waiting for the member to meet with us so we can resolve the issue with the permit. We continue to work on violations. Most of the violations are on unsightly grounds due to weeds and high grass from the rains we received earlier. As usual, we need people to serve on the committee. We currently have 1 opening, but are expecting 3 positions will become available. We welcome anyone to come and visit our meeting and see if it would be something you would be interested in volunteering for. Respectfully submitted, Francis Bitter. Okay, I also have community council, but also for clerk days.
And that'll be do community council,
Okay.
please.
Community council, the first annual organizational and networking meeting of the community council was held on July 17th at the service club with committee leaders on September 19th at Dickman Hall with club leaders. These meetings will now be held quarterly with future dates and locations to be announced. The updated mission of the community council is to integrate Fort Clark events and strengthen collaboration between committees and clubs with all organizations working to support the community and the facilities they serve. Committee reports included an update on the pickleball with work scheduled to begin in October at the tennis courts next to the pro shop. If we have approved that, which I sent over to you all. No. The whole plans.
That's a separate subject. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to put that out there in case there was a question about the pickleball. Committee reports, I'm sorry. There we go. The pool hall plan involves relocating 2 pool tables to the central building, having carpet vacuumed by the Fort Clark administrative staff, and installing a 1-year security system funded by community council, with a final vote to be held at the next meeting. In unfinished business, the status of the adult center FUD remains pending. New business included discussions on upcoming events and fundraisers, as well as updates from the Fort Clark Days Committee. Raffle is out and ready to sell tickets. Several volunteers' roles are currently open, including the director at large position, which is being considered for the chair of the Fort Clark Days Committee. Additionally, the president and treasurer positions will be up for election on January 10th in 2026. Current projects include the installation of an automated external defibrillator AED at the RV park, which requires the Port General Manager's written approval and the recruitment of a director for the Ghostly Tours event. A guest speaker from the Hope Center provided an informational presentation. Community concerns were raised regarding pool operations and front gate security, which will be addressed directly with the member involved. Additional concerns included the need for tree trimming and the lack of mowing in the south residential area by DLP. The next community council meeting is scheduled for October 11th, 2025. And is there a default start? No?
But that'll be part of author number 2 on the discussion action. We had 2 email votes in the prior month. One was for insurance that has been talked about topic for quite some time. We paid the insurance. It was a unanimous vote. We approved to pay the insurance company $200,172.77. The second approved vote, it was unanimous, was to provide the necessary monies for the preservation committee to pay for some of the fixing that's going on some of the buildings here on the port. I can't locate the amount. About 26,000? 26,000 and change. It was unanimous vote. Old unfinished business, motel update.
So given that we've had a meeting every week on budget, and we know the motel will likely need a special assessment to generate the money to repair based off of our engineer's recommendations. I do not have a complete RFP, but will. I'd likely by our next board meeting. I've just had every single week of budget meeting for those who've been paying attention. So I haven't, this has been secondary to our budget talks. But it hasn't really changed. I mean, I could explain the scope to anyone that wants to hear it, but I feel like I've done that a few times at this point. So we just need I need to put together an RFP to get bids out there, and it's on my list. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Bookkeeping update. We're in need of a bookkeeper. And make sure and some of the board members have been talking about various options. I'm not sure we're gonna make a decision today about that. I think once the budget is cleared, then it'll be a little clear as to what we can do. Plus, I know QuickBooks is gonna be helping us, maybe.
They are in the Les Morris account right now because it's a very, they met the index checklist. We can, or let me say it, maybe. Once all the assessments are put into Buildium and there are no more member assessments in QuickBooks, that changes the whole dynamics of the complicated information in there. And QuickBooks told me once that has been transitioned, they would be able to do the bookkeeping in there, but they won't know that till the end of October. So I'll have to revisit that for them to look in there to see if the index isn't too high, because they use a pointing system that tells them if they can be able to do that or not. We have a complicated system because QuickBooks isn't an HOA platform, and so all our assessments were in there, which makes it kind of difficult for a normal bookkeeping company to look at that because it's a lot of things that are in there, if that makes sense. So hopefully once it's in Buildium,
So to comment on that, the only thing that's been in QuickBooks since May first is reoccurring credit card charges. Because we have to manually contact every member and ask them to give us their credit card number, because due to privacy and security laws, QuickBooks will never give you those credit card numbers in there, and we don't have them. So the decision is either stop billing 100 people and lose 5,000 or $8,000 per month, or continue to bill them through QuickBooks and migrate those recurring sales receipts into Buildium so that the balances are correct, which has been a bit of extra work, but I think it's worth it to collect that money. But given the fact that QuickBooks has deemed us as too difficult to deal with, if we have anything related to assessments in QuickBooks, we're gonna have to make a decision at the end of this month. Do we cut these people off and just start having their accounts go negative because we can't charge them anymore? The staff has been calling them, we're making good progress on that. I've made a dashboard that shows who's been transferred, who hasn't, who still has a reoccurring payment in QuickBooks. But there's a lot of things moving in there, because if you go and set up your credit card and Buildium, you don't tell the staff, you get charged twice. Right, so every time there's a payment batch go, I pull reports from QuickBooks and run it against Buildium of who has auto pay and who doesn't, and which account, to try to ensure that no one is double dipped. And then they will be calling this office and taking time from the staff and being upset. So this is an ongoing process. I think we're like 73% done on those credit card transfers. But if you or anyone you know is still paid by credit card and you haven't talked to the office, please do so by the end of the month, and let's get this thing completed on that level.
What, just quick, how many, about approximately how many people are left?
I don't know, 100, I don't know the exact number, but there was 235, and then I think it was like 73% complete. So whatever that math comes out to.
It's not.
I mean, I have a dashboard, I just don't have it pulled up on screen.
and
I
while you're
would,
looking at that, Aaron. Sorry.
it's okay. I would encourage everyone to monitor your accounts closely and double check and triple check. Make sure you're not being
Absolutely.
undercharged or overcharged, as we're still slowly moving into transition.
64. So 64 people, according to that math, are still being billed in QuickBooks. So let's say that they were all residential, $6,400 or $6,500, but some of them are gonna be single lots and some of them are gonna be, I'm counting lots, lot fees. Whether it's a residential or not, there's 64 lots that need to be transferred into Buildium.
Jason, can we elaborate on that in our building discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
And just to reiterate on the QuickBooks, the reason why we have to wait to the end of October is because that's our new fiscal year. So normally when you take the bookkeepers from QuickBooks, they have to reconcile your accounts. So if we start at the beginning of the fiscal year, they don't have to go back a whole year and do that. They just start from point A and just do this fiscal year, if that makes sense to everybody.
All right,
I have a question about insurance, and I know we went past that
can we hold it? Well, you can ask your question.
later.
Yeah, hold on to it. Discussion and possible action items. Number one, establish election committee for 2026 election. Ms. Sandy Hagan, do you have any updates? Are you ready to take off with that? Do you still want to be appointed for that?
Yes, I volunteered to chair it.
Okay. All right. Do you have volunteers?
Uh,
You just gained one, huh?
I just gained one. Yes, I volunteered already to chair the committee. I have 3 known volunteers right now. And I think they sent their names in to you, except for I don't know, Sharon did. No, I didn't know it was time to do that. Okay, we did ask for you guys to search to
send out a dispatch asking for volunteers, but I know how busy you are. And I didn't really have the authority to do it because I hadn't been appointed yet. So, anyway, Constance Kilgore is one. And Sharon Gregor is the one that just came up today. And Pat Stephenson. I asked Frances Bitter if she was interested, but I haven't heard anything and I don't know if she turned her name into you. So we have four and we need one more person. I'll volunteer. Thank you.
There
And
we
now
go.
we have five.
There we go.
Man, that's like the Super Bowl team right there.
Yeah.
Well, we all enjoy working together, which makes the committee actually fun.
Will you invite us to the committee parties?
If you bring food, you have to bring beverages, ice, towels,
Okay.
and be willing to seal envelopes.
I move to accept Sandy Hagan's gracious offer to chair the election committee.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And the volunteers
Not
are okay with you?
All the volunteers seem great.
Okay,
Absolutely.
good to go.
It's official.
I'll get back to all you guys. We'll set up our first meeting.
It's official. We have an election committee for the
Thank
2026
you.
election, which will be taking place in March of 2026.
I have a couple questions as well. Can we have a question and answer period later on in the thing?
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 2 on the discussion action item, I got a letter from Ms. Marla Palmer, who is president of community council. Well, no, she is in charge of Fort Clark Days. And they're requesting, and it's an annual thing that Fort Clark Days folks do each year. They're requesting our blessing / permission to use certain locations and buildings for the fort. And I'm going to read it, what they sent to me real quick. The Fort Clark Springs Community Council respectfully requests for Fort Clark Days 2026 the use of all historic buildings, including the museum, commissary, Seminole Hall, NCO Club, Schefter Hall, Butcher Block, and Post Theater. Use of McClellan Road for entertainment, use of the Red Garter Saloon and Butcher Block for liquor sales, use of all grounds north of the museum and Highway 90 on both sides of Fort Clark Road, and use of the parade grounds. We also request Fort Clark Springs provides 7 hotel rooms, 3 RV spaces for the use of our living historians and 2 golf carts. In addition, we request maintenance workers to deliver and pick up barricades, benches, and tables, and to handle trash pickup. Respectfully submitted, Ms. Marlon Palmer and Ms. Stephanie Calderon. Directors, y'all have any issue?
Same buildings.
Yeah, it's the same like last year.
I'd say we just restore the memorandum of understanding from 2025.
I think it's similar.
As long as community council is fine with that, I'm fine.
Ms. Scavenger, we're good with what they're requesting from us? You're good with that?
Of course.
It's reasonable?
Mhm.
Okay. We want to continue to
I
support
would
Fort Clark
commercial
Days.
help for them. They're awesome.
Okay, is everyone, the motion, who made a motion?
You want to make a motion?
I motion to approve.
Yeah, I'll say.
All in favor?
All right.
Unanimous vote. Fort Clark Days is, we just sounded off the gun, off and running. Buildium update.
Okay, current status of Buildium. As of the last time I looked at my dashboard, out of 1,973 accounts that we have migrated from QuickBooks, 93.3% of those have been marked as completed by either myself or programmatically by staff or by volunteer.
1,900.
1,973 have been marked as okay. We're still reviewing those.
You're at 93.3.
93.3 is what the dashboard had the last time I looked at it.
Dorothy up there.
Smile.
So at any rate, that is the status of that.
Be shining.
So we're still verifying those. I would encourage, now, before we had Buildium, what you owed was, I wouldn't necessarily say it's a black box, but you would have to call the office, come to the office, find out how much money you do or don't owe the association. I encourage you to log in, look at your balance. If there's some discrepancy, email me personally at treasurer@fortclark.com. It'll be faster than calling the office. I will ensure that the squeaky wheel gets the grease and your account will be corrected as expeditiously as possible. That's all.
I just want to point out, like, that's 132.
Yes, that's not the end of the road, but they have been looked at by someone and said they were fine. But once they're all in, I can programmatically compare the balances between QuickBooks and what is in Buildium as of April the 30th, which is the last date that anything went into QuickBooks. Once that is done, we will redistribute the payments after May 1st to get the true amount that is owed to historic and restricted funds. And there was a bit of discussion of ACH payments in reflection to launching Buildium in March. I spent some time querying QuickBooks and Buildium to see how much ACH payments we had been collecting. In January 2025, it was like 49,000 and then 47,000. It was in the high 40s. Then in the next couple of February, it was something like 52,000. Well, in March, we got 49,000 in Buildium, only 3,000 less than the month before, and well within the range of variation from all the previous times. Then the amount of assessments increased every month in Buildium up to 60 to 64,000, because a lot of people have decided it's easier to pay via ACH or moved their credit cards to ACH, or their states have been changed. But I did who got skipped, and Director Wiley's thing came up. I looked, he has certainly paid all his bills. Other people that have been notified, almost everyone has already been notified in their account, because people on ACHs on automatic payments want to pay their bills on time. So if they fell through the cracks, there's a very high probability when you contact them, they will come up even with you. So there's a few left that have not been contacted and done. I have a dashboard for that. I will be discussing that early next week with Charlena and find those handfuls. She said the staff has also found a couple. We will make sure that everyone that got skipped is contacted and corrected. And that's basically all I have on the situation.
Jason, would it be a good idea? Like, it seems like, should we be sending out an update on Building, like just an annoying reminder nonstop to kind of what you just said?
To say what?
It's just an update, like a notification that, hey, get into Building.
Technically, we could schedule and contact a reoccurring marketing campaign to send the same notice every Monday, something to this effect. Yes, because that is the quickest way to make sure that people's accounts are correct. Is if they call in and say my account's not correct. I just got an email that someone sent in saying there was a balance carried over for QuickBooks and they don't understand where it came from. I haven't had a chance to look at it because it's the first I've heard of it. But I assure you I will look at it, and maybe it's fine, maybe it's not. So, and there was another one that I noticed, because once I've had everything migrated programmatically in there, I want to compare at the end of April 30th, what balance for this account number do we show in Buildium on April 30th, which is when we stopped using QuickBooks. And if we have the same total that QuickBooks has, well, we're pretty good. So there was one person that had a discrepancy of $2.50. Okay, what happened was Buildium had, I guess Buildium thought they owed $2.50, which wasn't right. They charged them $2.50. Then they came in the office and asked what happened. They were then paid in cash $2.50. So when I ran all my reconciliations, I'm like, why is this off $2.50? And so I came and spoke with the staff, and they're like, I think they did pay that. And I'm like, okay. And so that was worked out. But these things just need to be checked. Like, why is there $2.50 twice? Well, they actually did pay $2.50 twice. So great. But it was notated in QuickBooks, but it never made it over here. But it showed up on my reconciliation, even a small amount of $2.50. And then we found out they did pay that. So we added to Billium, their balance is fine, carry on and move forward. So
I have a question. This goes back to Tuesday. So have you had time? Can you tell me what there's reported a loss in revenue from the building switch? Have you had more time to look into that?
as far as the ACHs goes, I feel it's minimal.
What's minimal?
The loss of revenue due to not collecting ACHs.
A number.
I mean, I don't have an exact number, but
Just a ballpark number.
I mean, even if we assume that the loss of $3,000 from February to March was complete loss and not a variance of how much going, let's say $3,000 a month. That's way overstated because a lot of people did pay. So we're talking March, April, May, June, July, August, September, 7 months. So that's 20 grand less than 20 grand. I would say way less.
Okay, as that is a very different number than a presentation on Tuesdays for loss.
You know, I would be happy to investigate this more with Charlena and anyone else that wants to dig into this and try to find out exactly what happened and what needs to be done. But I researched it and I did not see many dropped.
Please stand by your number of less 20,000.
That is my estimate, less than that.
Okay.
Well, what's acceptable?
I don't know.
Eric, what's acceptable?
I just want a clear statement. It was presented as substantially more per month.
So
Per month.
We don't know. I presented it as potentially $50,000 to $120,000.
Right, and now I'm hearing
you
less.
also-
And nobody can prove that wrong right now. And I hope that I'm wrong,
I'm
but we
asking.
can't prove that.
You also cannot prove that correct.
That's correct. Nobody can prove it.
So that's fine. So, but you cannot discount the fact that before we switched to the ACHs, we had almost a full-time staff member manually processing 6 batches, almost 500 ACH payments per month, coming in over and over and over again, which they had to manually get from the bank, manually enter in QuickBooks. That was a time-consuming thing. That employee, in fact, left and was not replaced. They probably would have had to been replaced had that automation not occurred. So if we lost 20 grand and we didn't pay someone for 6-7 months.
Well, I've said this on the record. I think when Billium's done, it'll be a great program. I think we all agree on that. So, looking forward to that.
Thank you.
All right. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Move on.
Move on.
Excellent.
Any questions regarding that? Regarding Buildium.
Sure, I'll take questions. If anybody has a question, come up to the mic. Say what you got to say.
Yeah,
I am strong in the application of voting. And I appreciated the workshop that I attended Tuesday night with John for one. It was very informative. And what they're arguing about is when they transferred money or when they went from QuickBooks to Billion. Jason was advised that we weren't ready to do that. And now you're chasing money. In other words, you're chasing money that wasn't paid to Billion, calling up saying, they ought to call Billion up and give them the code number, and it wound up to be a fiasco. Now we're talking about special assessments. We're trying to balance the budget, and yet one saying 20,000, one saying 120, could be 200,000. I don't
think it's, but it.
Well, I mean, I'm just
responsible for that.
But what I'm saying, John, it was a good presentation. We got a fiasco with them. It may be a great program. But people sitting on the board supposed to have it implemented, and we wound up in a fiasco of money not being collected. Am I right?
Yes.
All right. Now we're talking about increasing the assessments and stuff like this and getting rid of DPL. I'll go into that later. But this problem with William is basically that man's fault. Because he pushed to have it implemented, and I'll say it to his face, I'll look you in the eye. Really messed up.
You're certainly entitled to your opinion. Thank you.
Anything else?
To respond to that, will we know the money difference once building is complete for cost? Is that what we're waiting on? We have different numbers from different board members. Whatever kind of loss there is, you just now said 20,000 or less. Will we know when it's complete?
Will we know what ACH is or not processed?
Yes.
We almost already know that. You know, I will provide the list and she.
What's your percentage confident on the number?
I mean, I there's no way it's 200 on this. So.
You said, right, you're reporting less than 20,000.
Specifically on the assessments. Now, credit cards have nothing to do with Buildium because they've been running QuickBooks the entire time until we've slowly been migrating them as the members were contacted and they switched themselves. So there's nothing to do. No credit card loss.
Well, maybe not so in Buildium, but there is, because we don't have a bookkeeper right now, Aaron. And there are some credit cards that are being denied and have not been able to collect. And normally our bookkeeping system took care of that. And so it's been a little bit difficult for the staff to reports to get that done.
But we can still collect and our
We
budget
can.
has collections, so it's not.
Yes.
In fact,
No, I'm just saying.
I've migrated all credit card receipts, sales receipts into Buildium up until September the 1st. The 15th just cleared and the 20th is today where the largest batch has been run. So all of those have been put into Buildium and I verified which ones failed and which didn't. If we find some that didn't fail, then that'll be a mistake. But Buildium does not do like QuickBooks, where when you chart, QuickBooks works like Stripes. If I go into Stripes and buy a case of beer and that my credit card fails, well, I don't know Stripes. I didn't get that beer. It does not work for our assessments. If your credit card fails, you owe the money. If a process was never set up to automatically create invoices for that month, when a credit card fails, that is on whoever was implementing the QuickBooks and whoever was keeping the bookkeeping. But if you look at Buildium, for people that are on automatic credit card payments, the balance should be correct, and they will show as not being paid if they fail the last 4 months. You should not see any payments in there for the last 4 months. On the other hand, if a credit card payment fails in QuickBooks, that money is never added to your balance, correct? Unless a staff member goes in and finds all the failed credit card receipts and enters an invoice for that month, then your balance will reflect that you owe the association money. So there could very well be years of skipped invoices that's going to account to something. And we will find that once I'm finished doing this.
Well, that's what I was talking about, not Buildium.
Yes.
But what I was saying is, we had a woman who was with our, who did that on a monthly basis,
Yes.
so.
And we also had a promise that the staff would be trained and SOPs would be written. And we would not be reliant on outside parties to know how to do all of our processes. And yes, they are no longer here, but when they left, no one, including you or me or the staff, really had half an idea of what they were or were not doing and how to pick up the slack. That is not what we promised when we engaged them. We were promised they would be 6 months in, we would have clear procedures for the staff, and they would be trained. That is absolutely did not occur, or we would know what they were doing, and we would have been able to carry on or pick a new bookkeeper. But we were left high and dry with nothing.
We're getting off topic.
We are getting off topic.
I back to Buildium and whatever revenues lost. If we had a full-time person working on calling instead of Buildium, how much would that cost per year?
It's part of the budget.
Ballpark,
I'm gonna say 40,000,
40,000.
but that wouldn't be the only duty, but it would be the major duty.
Okay, so and how much time with Buildium fully implemented how quickly would,
What, the collections? I already have a plan on that, and we'll see if people agree to it or not. When we went to reconcile the QuickBooks, I programmatically created a task in Buildium for every ledger to reconcile the balance versus QuickBooks and not. 1,973. I propose to do something similar for all people that show delinquency and a priority with which they shall be pursued. Top priority, people with high value properties that owe the association money. If the CAD says you have a $2,000 house and you owe us $2,000, maybe you're gonna pay it. If the CAD says you have a $20,000 mobile home in unit 3 that's broken down and busted, it's gonna cost the association $5,000 to clear off. Do we need to go pursue that person first? No, we need to get to the low hanging fruit fast and get the quick rewards back into us of the collections that have not been done. And that's what I would like to work on once we get everything straight.
So that's a great idea. I mean, it's a great process, right? But at some point in time, I just have this question. Once Buildium is done, wouldn't that just go to operations to do? You wouldn't need, I mean, I'm just saying, as a director, you wouldn't need to be involved in the operation part any longer because it would already be done, right? So wouldn't that go strictly to
I would
operations?
say the board certainly could have some opinion on the detail and process of collecting the funds, given we are the ones that are ultimately responsible for the financial
And
fiduciary
we have a
duty.
policy from our lawyers for that. Just,
Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying you.
I'm just saying that clearly high value properties that owe us money are the fastest ones to do. And I already have all the CAD numbers. I already have those matched to lots. I can pull all the data from CAD. I can make a dashboard for that. Whether the association general operations chooses to take my assistance or just go and do it how they want, well, we'll have a discussion on that in the future. But that's my recommendation, is to use the system that we have and use the task system, set dates, priorities, follow-ups. It's one of the main reasons we got Buildium, was to reconcile these things, reclaim these lots in the woods. That we don't have a task management system now. So I propose we use that in the fullest detail and get what we paid for out of this program.
I'd like to rephrase my question because I think we veered off. In a nutshell, with Buildium fully operational, what kind of savings to the association are we seeing versus having employees taking on the task?
I mean, let's just talk about what happens when someone pays with cash or a check. Okay? You either mail in a check or you come in the office. So somehow that money gets to the front desk. Then they give it to a staff member. They key that in, they punch it in. Then that is checks and cash is given to another staff member, which then marks those as deposited in Buildium and takes it to the bank. So that's several people and several steps for manual payments. If every single person happened to switch to ACH or credit card, that would be such a savings in staff time overall. Like,
Let me pause you right there. So in that scenario, which is our standard operating prior to Buildium, how many hours could you say did we spend on staff just collecting fees in that manner?
I'm gonna say,
Weekly, monthly, whatever.
let me just throw out a number. I'm gonna say maybe 80 hours a month. Because we have people come in every day and there are people that just, do not want to put their information in Buildium. They want to come in and pay, and they want to come in and pay with cash or check. And so, yes, that does take time.
but those numbers have been reducing because people aren't switching to ACH and credit.
Little by little.
I wouldn't have a number for that. I don't know.
I'll get you one.
Yeah.
Okay, so the basic math I'm trying to put together here, and this doesn't have to be solved right now, is at 80 hours a month times X dollars per hour times how many months or years.
Let's just go with 40. Let's go conservative and say that half the people switch off and we save 40 hours a month. So what, $10 an hour? That's $4,000 a
More
month.
than
I'm going
Let's
lowballing
just
it.
do 14 an hour.
Okay,
Well,
all right. 14 an hour times 40 times 52.
That's 29,000 per year.
That's a staff member.
That's the staff number we were approximately spending per year for this process, which William, once fully implemented, should alleviate the vast majority of those hours.
I do need to let you know that a person, it's not auto, it doesn't just auto run by itself.
I understand there's gonna be a percentage of hours in there, but at least we're ballpark getting a rebuilding. We were spending approximately 29,000, let's say 30,000 for easy math a year. And so whatever deficit we've run that we figure out from building, whether it's 20,000 or 50,000, we know that in 1 year, we will have saved 30,000 minus whatever we can figure out. It's going to be a fraction.
Mhm.
So in 2 years' time, we're certainly in the black. In 3, 4, 5 years, it is a substantial savings to the association. That's but I would like to get clarity on those numbers for everyone, but that's the overall, especially when
That's a conservative estimate.
right, and then so some assignment of blame on initiating a current technology to save the association money in the long run versus doing snail mail, check writing, stamping checks, driving into the bank,
You know,
all the things.
when we start collections, you can send letters from Building for 99 cents.
Right.
And how much does a stamp in an envelope, it's stamped, I would lift that stamp, that's mail that takes a lot of time. You'll be able to go, these 100 people in collections, let me send them a 209 letter. Click, 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 done. I didn't involve a staff member.
In those amounts, what is the, just out of, somewhere in those amounts are what it's costing us to maintain building or use the product? How much is it costing for us to have building per year right now?
10,000.
Building is costing.
So that's part of, that should be part of.
Building is costing 10,000 a year, that's accurate. And we could have run ACHs in QuickBooks for a 1% fee that someone is gonna pay, which would be at least $10,000. We ran every, then we could have had it automated in there. The association is gonna pay 1%, or staff, or the membership is gonna pay 1% on their QuickBooks credit of the ACH fees. One of the major reasons for selecting Building was that ACHs would be free to everyone and no charge, just like we've been provided to the membership with a manual process, which they were ultimately paying for through staff hours before. So that was one of the reasons it was chosen. A lot of other systems, I sat with Charlene and we talked to, I don't know, 10 different places so many times, and a lot of them, at the end of the day, oh yeah, we might be able to accept your per unit charge. Oh, but ACH $3. Oh, really? So you're gonna charge $1 a month, but then slip a $3 in on every ACH payment? Did you guys want to pay $3 every time? I don't think so. So it's not all everything's bad or everything's good. There's a lot of pluses and minuses of how this happened and how it will happen. And we're gonna move on and we're gonna be better off for it in the end.
Overall, it's a net gain to the association as well.
Overall, it will be and has been, I believe, okay.
Okay.
Ready for next item? Number 4, next item, revert to accrual county effective fiscal year 2025-2026. Ms. Cavender, just to educate me and the membership, or do you have any issues with that? Does that affect anything that's going to help? Does it help or hinder operations going to accrual? I'm not clear.
I don't have a problem with either, I work on both. We just learned to work on either one, so I do not have a problem with either.
And I recall during the audit, the auditor talked about using accrual and cash. So if we were to go strictly accrual, are we like landlocked, or we still be going back and forth? That's what I'm not clear about. Well, hold on. So that's what I'm not clear about. So we need some clarification, then we can all make an educated decision.
I have a response to that. About what the auditor said. The auditor said we are operating on a cash basis. However, there were elements of our budget that are not presented as a cash basis that are accrual, in which case we're technically running a hybrid system, but it creates its own issues doing both at the same time. So that's my recollection from the auditor's takeaway, not that we're supposed to be doing a cash, but we were not in certain areas. That's my understanding.
Yes, the auditor said that there were certain items that they have to approve for, I guess, how it needs to run. Whatever auditors have to do, they do.
Yes.
What I will say is this. The only thing that would need to be done on a monthly basis, if you use your pool, if you estimate and you put in what needs to be paid, because you estimate it, and you don't know what the bill's gonna come in, so you bookmark all the bills in there. Bookmark all your utilities, you bookmark insurance, you bookmark all that. At the end of the month, it will need to be reconciled, so they may need to change the amounts that they estimated for that month, so they match. Does that make sense? So if I say we're gonna pay $1,000 in water and we bookmark it and we know it's coming, when it alerts us it's coming, but then when we get the bill, it might only be $600. So then you would just have to go in and adjust that. That's what it
Well,
is.
that's where we'll have
Yeah.
budget versus actual
Exactly.
monthly.
Yes, and then we should show that we're negative 200 and something $1,000 on the first month of the fiscal year, like we did last year, to where we P&L said, oh, we're negative, we're slowly getting less negative. And to me, that obscures what we really have going on. By projecting these expenses on an accrual basis, we will be able to see an estimate of what we will have in the future instead of just, oh, we're negative year to date. Feels more accurate. And I speak to the insurance confusion that we had before. I've spoken with the auditor, I've spoken with Link on this. What occurred was that the insurance was entered in as on a cash basis. And then the auditor, due to GAAP requirements, requested that it be added on an accrual basis. And since both of those were added, it looked like we expensed ourselves twice because we journaled it in every month. And we also realized it all in one spot in the first month of the fiscal year, which did it affect any money in our bank? No, it did not. Did it give us the true accurate numbers? Also, no, it did not. So by not mixing these two systems, we should have a more simplified, well, it won't be more simple, but once we get a bookkeeper in place, the bookkeeper will handle this for us. And we will be better off.
Do we, Ms. Cameron, do we lose any flexibility by forcing, or voting, saying by majority or whatever, by saying it has to be this way? Is that forcing your hand on your ability to do what needs to be done in running Pro Drug Springs? Or I don't know. I'm not clear on that.
I'm kind of not clear on your question.
Do we need to
Burdening you by forcing you to not use cash-based accounting. We were using accrual all up until a couple of years ago, and then we
No.
switched.
The only thing that burdened me was getting rid of our bookkeeper.
Okay, well,
That's
let's
it.
get a new one. I certainly need one.
I'm working
I
on it.
know, and I will assist you.
I think the situation of putting the cart before the horse. Our books are in shambles at the moment, and that's not disputable. Cash basis will show actual versus budgeted. At the end of the day, I think it's important for the membership to understand that our balance sheet was correct, and as Jason just said, accrual will be less simple. This board can vote to do accrual or cash and all of that. At the end of the day, as long as Charlene is fine with it, it really doesn't matter. However, we don't have a bookkeeper, we don't have reconciliations, and my opinion would be that it would be wholly irresponsible to switch from cash to accrual without a professional company executing that first and foremost, and at this present time when we do not have a professional company. So if we want to have this discussion in 4 months from now, when all the books are clean, everything's been reconciled, my opinion may change, but the way we're currently sitting today, I think it'd be very responsible.
The reason that we're talking about today is because on October 1st, we have a new fiscal year, which is basically a new clean set of books. Like, yes, we need to straighten out what we did before, but starting October 1st, we have new books, new fiscal year. So if this would be the time to switch, and obviously everybody wants a professional bookkeeper to come in here and help us. No one doesn't want that. We just disagree on who that might be. So we need to find another option to get some professional company in here to help us with the rest of this transition to move to accrual basis. And we don't have everyone on the board here. We could deadlock on that right now, on that vote, or one of you could agree on.
Well, I'll just make a short point. Before Lisa Bell becoming president and Mr. Huey being president, there were 2 audits that were not done for almost the exact same 2 reasons that we currently have right now. The books were in complete shambles when I got on the board, and I take no credit for cleaning them up. I did not. However, they were in shambles, and we were on accrual, which made them even more messy, but actually made them look better than they actually were. So, and because of all of that mess, there were no audits that were able to be done, and it took the same amount of time, if not more, that you dedicated yourself to doing Buildium in order for that entire mess to get cleaned up. And so we've already got enough hills to climb at the moment. In my opinion, we have an audit coming up, and it's going to be, I'm not sure he's going to climb that hill. I really don't know. And so I think we need to keep it as simple as we can.
Switching to accrual will not affect the previous year's audit, because this year's audit is done in a cash basis. So yes, we need to straighten out the books, but this year is not related to next year. Next year, if we switch to accrual, we will be all talking about whether next year's thing is delayed, depending on how well we launch the accrual and get that moving forward.
I have a question. What year did we switch from accrual to cash? When was the implementation of a cash-based system?
October 2023.
Okay, thank you.
When we switched from QuickBooks #1 to QuickBooks New or #2.
So the fiscal year of 23 through 24 is our first cash year.
That's right. We zeroed out. We moved in just generic opening balance miscellaneous sales into QuickBooks #2 and switched it to a cash basis. That's what we're.
Can you pull up your budget? I mean, not the budget. Can you pull up your numbers of our finances for the year, for the time you're speaking of? What you had earlier in your treasurer's report?
You need the bank balances?
Yeah.
If you would like to look at it again, sir, yes.
So I would like to ask a question. Who's going to execute this? Cindy's gone, bookkeeper's gone. Who's executing this?
Clearly, we're going to find a bookkeeping company to do it. I know we've been told this is a special place and no one can do it, but in reality, this is not Enron. This is a small business with 4, 5, 6 different business units that need to be organized and put together. It's not ridiculously complicated, and we just need a professional company to do it. That's all.
Well, I don't disagree with you necessarily, but I'm asking a very specific question. Who's going to do it? Because just hold on, hear me out. What if you don't find anybody till November or December or January? Or what if we have multiple episodes of OHO where we call it OHO down here? I'm sure it's OJO and I don't know, but what if we have multiple episodes of OJO or multiple episodes of QuickBooks where they finally figure out we have assessments and they're out? I'm just talking scenarios, and we don't find anybody till January or February.
So to reference OJO and why let's go ahead, Patrick. So to reference OJO, what OJO was we wanted to engage them to help migrate all the accounts. So in speaking,
But it doesn't really matter the reason, Jason. I'm just saying, what if we can't find somebody to implement it and start taking over our books in that manner, a non-cash based in accrual method?
I just want to interrupt here. I don't live in a world of what ifs. I deal with the facts and what we have to deal with, and that is also how the businesses I operate with operate. We can what if all day long.
Well, the current system is a what if system.
I disagree. And I want to point out the fiscal year that we switched to cash and our account balances. This was on the previous budget. I pointed it out in Tuesday's meeting. And also I have noticed that it is no longer in the current. The only thing I did notice is that the tab for the year 23 through 2024 has been deleted from
Deleted, it's hidden.
the file.
You can open
You
it.
can call it deleted, hidden, whatever. But you can look at our account
What's
balance,
deleted? I don't know what you're talking about.
the spreadsheet that was sent yesterday. Besides the point,
Just open it. You just have to.
I don't even need to look at it right now. I want to point out, when we switch to a cash system, you can look at our balances. It's on the screen. What happened?
Is it
I
January
was not here. I was not here. Yeah,
23 or January 24?
23 through 24 on a cash system. What happened to our balances? Because I can tell you what this for
I mean, the operational balance with the ERC money here, 741,000 operations. Here we are, we're 240. So what?
That's not taking in the whole picture. Because when that money got put in there, we had to put it in the general fund, but it wasn't distributed between the historical preservation and restricted.
Here's where the restricted fund jumped all the way up to 1.4 million. So now let's look at the total cash assets of the association, 1.4 million. Now we're sitting at 587,000. So something happened to the difference between $1.381 million and $587,000.
While operating on a cash system, which is supposed to tell us what we have immediately, so we know whether we're gaining or losing. And yet the numbers do not lie that we have been declining from then on a cash system.
There has been, well, we have been spending more than we've been taking in, and it didn't just start in May of 2025.
And so you're saying
On the
expenses
slide.
count as well, and
Clearly, there's been expenses that got us from $1.381 million down to less than 600K today. Clearly.
So I've been on board for a little over 2 years. Last year, our negative was 106, that's recorded. We have audits to prove where the money went, Aaron. This isn't like some hot air balloon where it just went off into outer space and we never know where it went. So the audits report where the money went.
So if we lost
that's still deficit
106K,
spending.
That is deficit spending. And when we took this, when I got on the board, everything was in shambles. The last president had a $9,000 lawyer bill that we had to pay that we just popped it out of the blue, and those bills kept coming. So we paid a lot of money over the first year. I'm not even sure. I have to go back and look at the audit to see what amount of money was paid in the first year in deficit prior to that, after Mr. Peterson leaving. And he left halfway through the fiscal year, by the way. So that was on the accrual system. The amount of money it took for us to get things back up and going was
that would be
a lot of money.
a very nice number to see that of the money that was spent, how much it was sins of our fathers.
Well,
Yeah.
So what is that number? I haven't tried to find it, but I agree, there's had to have been some things that was or wasn't paid before that burdened us.
There was.
But from 1.4 million down to 600K, was that $800,000?
Well, it's
That's a
1.4 million with insurance not being paid. So you have to add 200 back to that. Because our starting balance at the beginning of the fiscal year was $913,000. So it's not 1.4 million, it's $500,000, roughly less than that, okay? And out of that $500,000, we can say that we lost a budget of 106,000 last year. So that's actually 120. So now we're down to 480, and then go back off of that. So
say 240.
So there's like a $360,000-$70,000 year, the year that Mr. Peterson left, where everything was an absolute and complete mess. And if you'll remember, Memo, you can back me up on this. But when that happened, we cut everybody down to the point that even $100 charge, because we did not want any abuse to happen during that period, that $100 charge had to go through the board of directors for any employee to
Well, there was
spend.
no general manager, so almost everything was
Exactly.
the board of directors.
And
Exactly.
Jason, you came on the board at that summer of 23.
Yeah, I was very ignorant.
And
to
it's
everything
okay, no, but hold on.
at the beginning.
Immediately, we took an immediate hit because if you recall, John, you remember, we took an immediate hit because Mr. Peterson didn't do the surety bond.
That's true too.
And we took the 180 or more. It
Yep.
had, I mean, all of a sudden we had the money and
Well,
all of a sudden we had no surety bond.
So
That was an automatic hit.
So if Mr. Peterson had the money in a surety bond and then he didn't renew it, that money just went right back to free money in the restricted fund. And then we just put it back in there. So it's not like we had to go find the money. Was it all blown out between the time he canceled and not, or we still had it sitting in restricted exactly where it was when he canceled it? Because when I got on and started doing this chart, because someone emailed and said, "Oh, Jason doesn't say the bank balances." Because, and okay, I was new on the board. I was told just read what the manager gives you. That's what the treasurer does. So I said, no, I'll do better than give you the balances. Let's do some charts of what we've been doing here. And I looked at it and I said, what the hell are we doing with $1.4 million getting almost no interest? And there we are. We almost have everything in Fidelity now. We almost spent. There was like $4,500 of lost interest in those pay times. And you made a point before that we never had any money, so we didn't know what to do with it. Well, okay. As soon as I got my nose into it, I said, let's get it in there. And now the surety bond, or how much money did we get off the surety bond last year? $7,000-8,000?
Yeah.
7-8 grand of insurance off the surety bond.
My
But
point-
that's what they're asking though about they're not asking about the interest. That's just extra money. In reality, what was the balance of credit and debit? This is all it is. What was the balance before we got the ERC money?
Yeah, it wasn't good. And that's my
That's
point.
what
It
we
wasn't
need to know.
good. There was so much cleanup
Six
after
hundred
that.
and ten thousand dollars. So now we're,
That was before the ERC money, the balance was 610.
yeah.
What was the general fund then? That's what we need to know, not the full
Here we
amount,
go.
because
The
we only
general
have,
fund was $253,000.
there you go.
So that's right about where we are now.
Right
So
now.
you're saying that all the ERSA money is gone? Yes?
No, because our collective balance.
But you make
is
it
higher
sound like
than-
it went out the window. It was spent. On the board.
It's gone.
This-
Whether we spent it or not, it's no longer in the coffers. Yes?
This is,
Correct.
this is operational. This is not collective. Our operational funds from before the ERC.
Yes, I
money.
should have broken out my graph instead of dumping everything here to show the overall cash we had. It should have made this graph so we would see more clearly where the operational money is. Now, Travis has been saying, how are we gonna pay this insurance and taxes? I know it looks like we're gonna overcome these negative cash balances in the P&Ls, but how are we gonna pay this? He's literally been saying this for months and
But that's
months.
getting off
We're
the
not gonna do
topic.
it, but it's the facts that we ain't gonna be able to pay those taxes.
Okay,
We probably won't be able to.
but
So there's
Aaron's
the facts.
question was, before the EREC money, what was our operational funds?
And I
My,
just
my,
said,
my point is this,
$253,913.
That's about what we have.
right?
So we don't have the ERC money anymore.
So with the argument that cash is a better way to do it, from when we switched to cash to now, we are no better off than we were after receiving a substantial amount of money,
Okay,
being on a cash basis.
but I can tell you, I don't have the background like everybody else does prior. But I do know when I got here, there was a lot of legal costs, a lot. Let me go ahead and finish. A lot of legal costs. For whatever reason, I don't know those reasons. It was already there when I got here. But at the end of the day, my concern is the books have to balance before we do anything, whether we go accrual or stay cash. We have to balance and they're not balanced.
I understand this. My point is really just to back to the debate topic, which is cash versus accrual and cash. I mean, there's a number of arguments for why cash is better. And I just want to point at the numbers for we had a giant influx of money and we switched to cash and we are no better off now than we were before we were.
Yeah, and I agree, but
Other than we
Wouldn't
were
that
able to
have-
get audits done and, we had really clean books for the first time in years.
Yes, we got the audits done, but did those keep us from spending all that money? No, they didn't. They just said, oh, we've got your audit done. Thank you. I mean,
It's
the
bigger- it's a
audits
bigger deal
audits
than
didn't
that.
actually
It's a bigger deal
help
than
the
that.
board do anything. Like, that's a requirement to give the
Well,
members an audit.
and talking about audits, Aaron, just out of cost, I mean, I'm sitting here in my mind trying to add up costs that we wouldn't have incurred otherwise. Just in audits alone, we were talking about over $60,000 just in 2 audits alone that weren't done by the previous board. That's just one bill. I can't remember exactly, but there was an $18,000 bill that we had to pay. There was a $9,000 lawyer bill, and they just kept popping up.
I mean, I'd be happy to see a list of all.
Yeah,
all
and,
the things
and you know,
that-
the person who would really recollect a lot of this stuff would be Lisa, because she was dealing with it from day to day. But just right there off the top of my head, I almost have $100,000 in past sin money that we had to pay.
The trash truck was 18,000
Well, I
plus.
mean, here's some cold hard facts for us. Allegedly, we have beautiful, fantastic books for those 2 years. So we ought to be able to not have to ask Lisa and pull that stuff out of those beautiful books of how much we spent and which category, on which things last 2 years.
We should be able to.
We should be able to get any financial consultant
We
we've never even talked to before to come in here and get up in those books and tell us how much we didn't spend. They could know nothing about the board.
We,
And if those books are beautiful,
That's the way it
they ought to
should be.
be able to give us a beautiful report.
Okay, we
because
don't
only for
have,
the last few months have we not,
have we not what?
only for the last few months have we not had Triumvir Peerless MHS, whatever you want.
Since the end of May.
Right. Since the end of May. So
And
you're-
May didn't get recommended.
right.
Right.
But that this goes far beyond.
Well,
Oh, it does.
Mike-
I'm just saying, it still needs to be done.
So it should be clear, it should not require a former director if our books are tight up to May. It should be clear, our deficit or our.
Yeah, you can pull anything out of the
Right.
books, any invoice. And
This is just the argument again for accrual versus cash, and that's how I'm presenting it.
And whether the books are finished by October the 1st or not is not really relevant to switching to accrual or not. Those are new, that's a new start date. Just like when we were on cash before and the books weren't totally fixed, then we jumped into accrual, it's into cash basis. But were they fixed at that time? I don't think so. We didn't have 2 years of audits. So we did switch without having things fixed. So we can switch again without having things fixed because there's a line in the sand, according to the IRS in the world, October 1st, new books, new methods. And that's what happened last time.
Ms. Cavender, what is best? You're the one having to do this. You don't have a bookkeeper. Is it best that we do it? Support this, table it? We need more time to review it? I don't know. We need more time to review. I'm not sure. So I'm not clear.
I have a problem with the director asking the GM if we should table the topic.
Well, that's fine, but the thing is, she's the one who has to implement it.
She's
So,
not a director. She doesn't table topics.
okay. Does it make a difference whether we keep
She's
lower
already
pool or
said
state
like
tax?
several times that one way or the other, she'll get it done with a competent bookkeeping service. So we clearly need to.
But we don't have a bookkeeping service
We
right now.
don't, but that's what we need to be focusing on, clearly, so we can straighten this out.
All right, so then there's uncertainty.
I'll just say this. I've been trying. With the reduction in staffing. As you can see, I made some mistakes when I dispatched yesterday. Because I was working on the budget.
Okay,
I was dispatching, I was Facebooking, putting out whatever I need to, so right now it's a little challenging. I hope we can find a bookkeeper. That's not a for sure thing, but we have to try. That's all I can say.
So I want to say in support of that, if explore options, set a special meeting, make it happen as soon as possible. Right? In support.
Make what happen as soon as possible.
Bookkeeper, I'm saying if it requires a special meeting to approve a bookkeeper, once we've gone through options, then we will immediately address it. That's what I'm saying.
No one is blaming you on this, and
Really?
I'm not. I want to get a new bookkeeper. The board did not approve the previous bookkeeper. That's, you wanted the previous bookkeeper, and that did not happen. So how can you be blamed for not having a bookkeeper?
okay, are we
I'm not here
ready?
to blame. I'm here to get a new bookkeeper. That's what everybody wants.
Anybody make a motion either way?
I motion that we switch to accrual accounting starting October 1st and get a new bookkeeper to help us do it.
I second.
Okay, everyone vote. Those in favor?
Right.
Those against?
And let's add this to the next agenda.
Yes.
Regardless, let's do all our possible thing we can do in the world to get another bookkeeping service in here to help out Charlena, because she literally is doing the job of, I don't know how many persons, but it's more than one.
That's an ongoing thing. So yeah, you're right about that. All right, consider and approve an increase in the regular assessments. Jason, do you want to just read that, amounts?
All right, let me pull up some more things on here. So, personally, I really didn't know how to calculate this assessments. And no one at this table knew how to calculate the assessments either. Sandy helped calculate the assessments, correct?
We have a resident professional.
Yes, I
Okay.
do.
So I took it upon myself to learn how to calculate the assessments, and I created this online calculator where you can change the numbers, change the CPI. I think we agreed on, if the right number was 2.67% is what we did. There's some rules in the declaration. I think I have it here. It's a little bit more clear. So basically the rules are such that you can increase the membership assessment by the greater of 2.5% for the CPI. When the CPI is actually 2.67%, so the board can choose to use that to calculate the membership lot assessment. According to the declaration, while it hasn't been so before, the residential fee can equal the membership fee. Currently, we were at $49 on the membership fee and $48 on the residential fee. There's also a cap on how much we can charge based on the resident. 12% of the membership assessment can be devoted to restricted, which includes the restricted fund and the preservation fund, a maximum of 12%. We are currently at 11 point some percent to try to get a round number of 100 and 250 that we came out for residential assessments. And so basically, if we so choose to do the maximum amount increase by law, currently we have 49, maybe I can make it a little bit bigger. So
Close the tab.
I'm trying to see how to get rid of that. There. Okay, so that is better. So currently for a residential lot membership, currently you're paying $49 for the membership, $48 for the residential, and $5.50 to go in the restricted fund. And for our declaration, which can only be changed by membership vote, 25% of that goes to preservation and 75% of that goes into restricted fund for capital repairs in our future, including hotel repairs and other things. So we currently pay $102.50 on a residential lot and $54.50 on a side lot, membership lot in the woods, whatever you're doing. So a maximum increase that's $1,230 a year for your residential lot, or $645 per year for a single lot. So the absolute maximum that it can be raised is up to $50.31. And also, if the residential fee has also matched to that, another $50.31, 12% of that, $6.04. So residentials could go up to $106.66, which is $1,279.92 per year. This is an increase of $4.16 per month and a whopping $49.92 per year on a residential lot. Basically, a couple of sprites and stripes a month is what the increase would be. Half a pack of smokes. Let's see, beer's about $11, so you could probably get 2 beers at Stripes for the cost of this increase.
Cigarettes are more expensive.
The cigarettes are more.
And so, and single, if you just only have a lot or a side lot, that's $22.20 per year or $1.85 per month. Now, regardless of the budget and such, it's my opinion that due to these things not being raised over the years, and that's money we can never claw back. We only have the option to raise it every year, and there's been many, many years where people did not take the max and did not raise it. John has commented several times, if we raise the assessments $50, which we cannot do unless everyone in the membership votes for such an increase, then we would be in much better financial standing, clearly. And given the fact that, you know what, people think they don't get a lot, but you get a lot. You like live in a ranch. This is like living in your own ranch. You have miles of trails, you have a pool, you have a lot of things, and maybe the grass didn't get mowed. You're upset about that. I'm sorry. You know, but there is a lot of value that people are getting out of this place, and everyone wants everything to be new and fixed and nice, and the motel's good and all that. Well, that money doesn't fall out of the sky, and it's not paid for by the RV park or the golf course or
Hotel.
or motel. Overall, those things bring us something, but the real money that we get is from assessment. It's residual.
How much percent?
I mean, it's most of it.
Like 1.6 out of 2.1.
Yeah.
Say.
I think so. You got to figure on like how much of our revenue per year comes from assessments versus our businesses running outside of
Oh
those.
my God, it would be like
It dwarfs it.
1.75% if you
Dwarfs
did
it.
it.
Like 75%.
Yeah,
Okay.
or more.
Or more.
Yeah.
So if we don't take care of this, we can't take care of you as members. Literally, whether we have a perfect budget or
That's a good
not,
money.
things cost
That's
money.
our life.
Have you gone to Home Depot and tried to buy a board lately? Have you gone to the grocery store? Have you tried to hire someone to work for you? I know, I used to get housekeepers for $10 an hour. Now they're like $25. I'm like,
Oh, no, they're
for
not.
mopping? Oh my God, what happened?
They're not $25.
All right.
Okay, so anyways,
More.
the world is getting more expensive. And it's probably more than the CPI in a lot of cases on a lot of categories of things. You know, that's the overall price increase of everything in the country. So that is the most that we can possibly do is ask you for $4.16 per month. That's the most. Unless you have more lots, and hey, you get more votes, you have more lots, you have a big yard. Okay, guess what? Who's gonna pay a lot on that? Me, got 13 lots. You got John, it's 8, 7, 6
or 7.
So there's the members of the board are certainly gonna feel this. I mean, you ask me for another $50 a year, that's hundreds of dollars. It's not $49, it's hundreds that I'm gonna have to come off of. I'm willing to do it because I want this place to get prepared. I want it to move forward. I want a restricted fund to grow up so we can actually make long-term projects and have a future here. Not just, you know, well, I'm on a budget. Yeah, that's true. I understand people are on fixed income. I understand that. But we have to pay bills. We have to move forward.
Jason, this doesn't affect the FRM.
Now,
Just for clarification.
yeah, the FRM is, I actually don't know the rule on that. We might be able to charge whatever we want. I don't know,
That's what
but
I thought.
so I think in the calculator, I just had the FRM use the 2.67 APR, so $48 at 2.67 goes up to 49.28, but I guess we could make it match the membership or whatnot, but that's I don't know. I'm not really that concerned about FRM. It's a tiny fraction of our gain. And I would certainly want to see Charlene's opinion on FRM sales and FRM increases. So how do you feel about an FRM pricing?
I believe they should go up, just like everything else does. Because that's just the way life is. It goes up.
Should we equalize it to?
I think we should. And I still
that'll
think
make
we
things
need to
simple.
revisit seasonal. So they should be more. And not give what an FRM does, but a percentage of that, but I think that's additional revenue, because not everybody wants to come here for a full year. And I've had many people ask if they could have a seasonal pass in this last year. I did bring it up at one point. The board asked me to revisit that, increase some of the things, and
I just haven't had the time to relook at that again, but I think it would also help us as well.
All right, hold on.
I think that's beyond this topic, but it is valuable. No, I mean, it's valuable information and we can go to next meeting on that. But so you would think that if we choose max, to put the FRM at the same level as everything else.
Thank you.
Sandy, please, you are very knowledgeable.
Come on in.
Please let us know.
Come on down.
Door number 2.
Mm.
Actually, I gave you calculations for FRS. It's in there. I believe it's the same as a single property lot.
Okay.
But, I'm doing this off the top of my head and my brain is
I have it on my desk.
So that, I calculated that for you, including the long-term collection on it, because I gave you the number of FRMs at the time it was done, times the amount of money. So you have that in my initial.
Yeah, I have something on that too. 100 FRMs is $4,800 a month currently, 4,928. If the new, that's only with the CPI increase. That's not with getting it up to 5051. So that's overall.
And it's something you have to consider. The CPI, the cost of living increase, is the best that the government can do for us.
Yes.
But it never really does.
No, it's
keep
not
up,
even enough.
because certain types of things will exceed the CPI all the time. Some will be a little less, some will be a little more. Next year will probably be much higher because everything is going up. So I have begged our members to accept increases every year because it's absolutely necessary that we keep up with the cost of living. Because we pay more for fuel and we pay more for insurance. Insurance out the roof. This place will truly fail if we don't keep up with our bills.
Oh, yeah.
So, I strongly support the board taking the assessment increase across the board on all levels, and including increasing the fixed costs for the preservation history, historical preservation, and restricted fund.
Yes. I mean, my calculations max it to the 12% we can take,
Yeah,
which is barely, we almost got there, but because we wanted it to be an even penny.
yeah.
But now sign up for bill, it'll charge your thing. You don't go to Stripes and go, oh, the gas. Well, some people want to get an exact dollar of gas. I don't. I just fill it up and go and leave.
Yeah, we used to do that. We used to try and make sure that it was an even dollar figure because it was easier for members to understand that. But now doesn't really matter.
I agree with you that the CPI is not necessarily reflective of how much more the association is paying for labor and supplies and fuel and all this. It could be, it's probably more than 2.67%. And I don't foresee in the future that the cost of items are going to go down.
They never do. They may level out.
Yeah.
And wages may sort of catch up when they level out. But I've been doing this for 15 years. And the first time I was appointed to the board, the first thing I looked at, nobody had even looked at assessments for 8 years. So you can imagine we had quite a jump.
So are we required to send out a notice by regular mail of the change in the price, or can we use a dispatch like we normally have done? Like for other things, or does this require a snail mail? And do we have to send one to all the delinquents in the woods that we added to the voter rolls or not?
Anybody who owes us money and will have an increase has to be notified by mail and by dispatch. And it's just, talk to your state legislatures. They need to catch up with the times.
There have been some changes on that, but I haven't really researched it.
I haven't. The best thing to do would be to pull up to a line and see if any changes were made during the last legislative session. I haven't done that yet.
At any rate, if we want to start this on October 1st,
You better get going.
On Monday, we better start putting out letters.
I will help
Very
with the
good.
clerical aspect of
Awesome.
putting out, assuming I could walk around and have a good day. So Okay, any other questions about?
I just want to comment on the 209 update. There is a 209 update regarding voting that does include electronic. We discussed that on the board privately, and I believe you've been included in the conversation as well. So I just kind of saying this is a public announcement. There has been some discussion. There has been change in 209. I think it was this year even, relative to allowing electronic voting. However,
You have the ability to do it.
you have to get the membership on board with email communications, and the amount of time that takes means that realistically this is only a consideration for the following year if we do our work leading up to that point.
Right, we need to take care of the voters list first before we entertain that. And there are always going to be people that do not communicate by computer. So you're still going to have a neighbor. You're not going to get away with that. Older people who don't like to deal with it electronically, either by their phone or their computer or whatever else, you're still going to have to send down
And
updates on stuff like that, including ballots.
right, but this is also something, just again, this is more of an announcement that our secretary has been working on pretty diligently since she's been on the board, is trying to reconcile.
Yeah, just offering my help. I know that she's away on.
It's coming. It's
I
coming.
helped out a
Sorry,
bit
go ahead.
on that, and what I ended up with was a scan of the returned envelopes. But then the resolution of that was a little bit low for those tiny membership numbers. So what I wanted was a high DPI scan. If you do what's called tabloid copy machine resolution, there's one that's bigger than legal size, and that fits 4 envelopes on it. And then it's trivial to ask AI to read the envelope, read the postage mark, read the date, read every detail that's on the front of that, and put it to a database to eliminate and process those things.
Some things are just as well done by human eyes for right now. So, any other questions about the assessment of the calculations?
Thank you.
Okay, the FRs are in there. You just
I
go back
have that on
and
this. I just want to make just one, comment. Maybe this will help people understand why the assessments are really needed to go up. Most, and I'm not gonna say all, but most HOAs don't have these historical buildings. They're just normal HOAs. You live there, you pay your assessments, the city does the street repairs, does the lights. You pay for a community center, you pay for a playground, maybe tennis court, depending on the level of the HOA. We spend so much money on the insurance for all these buildings. We have to fix the streets. We do so many things that a normal HOA doesn't. But what we're paying is a normal HOA fee. And if that can help put that in perspective, because no HOA pays $200,000 in building insurance because of all that we have. So maybe that might help clear things up a little, why we really need to do that.
And even with the maximum 12%, the code can go in restricted and preservation. That is not enough. That is not enough to get every historical building up to speed and maintain it. It's just not. That's why we're choosing which ones to fix. If it was enough, we'd have so much in there that the motel wouldn't even be a question. We just pay out the motel because we got 500 grand in there, but we don't.
I want to chime in as that's my special projects for the board and my profession for a living. We have 42 historic structures, and as certain members know, it's not just the motel, which has had a number of band-aids over the years. There's some things that look to be original, for instance, the stables, where the repair is a consequence of the building approaching 100 years old, not being treated lumber, termites get in it, which happens over 100 years in an area where there's plenty of termites. So these things are, we're hitting for many buildings 100-year threat, 100-year threshold without substantial repair or termite inspection for that matter. And the projects, that we could spend millions of dollars bringing the commissary up to speed and make it a fabulous building. We could spend easily $1 million on one of our hotel buildings, just making it up to speed. And I believe Mr. Wiley has mentioned this before. It would be very easy to spend many millions of dollars to bring things up to date. So our whatever was it 5%, whatever restricted separation is, that to the tune of $5 of our fees a month, is nowhere near what it takes to maintain, remodel, upgrade normal buildings, much less historic buildings, which I can tell you, having had my own historic landmark projects, they're money pits. And every client I've ever had that takes on a historic home knows it's a money pit. It is a ton of money. It is only worth paying for if you love it, if you love that building and you love the history. And I believe lots of people here do. However, this goes back into why we have to generate money outside of our assessments, because even if we all voted to pay, $50 extra a year, which would take a membership vote, that still wouldn't cover the costs of updating all of our historic structures and making it profitable. I still believe the path is grants, etc., which involves other steps not on the agenda, so I won't get into that. But I just want to reinforce that, this measly amount of regular assessment is a drop, not even a drop in a bucket, a drop in a pond of what would be required to bring all of our structures up to par. And I will tangent, and this is off subject, so I apologize again. With the state park upcoming, getting our facilities ready in the next 2 to 3 years for real potential tourist activity beyond our hunts and whatever else we have going on. To me, it's bigger than the Alamo Village at its prime. If we have a substantial state park with relatively no facilities, we're the biggest, best thing around. There's a number of things we could do to our buildings that would accommodate a lot more and generate real revenue. So, again, sorry for the tangent, but that's my thoughts.
Ms. Cavender, real quick before going with if we're going to do a vote, if it passes and we need to notify the membership, what is the estimated postal cost to send out these letters?
Ooh, it'll probably be about $2,500.
The postal,
Yeah.
and that's just postal. That doesn't include
Because we're
time,
looking at,
paper, envelope, the whole thing. Because
because if we have to send it out to all the, inactive, like we had to for the voting.
Well, Sandy said if they owe us money, most of those do not have any money on any of our books unless we dug back the black system, which is beyond the term of limit that we could probably even collect that money. So if that's accurate, do we need to send them to people that aren't being built and aren't paying, which is a lot. And a
And
lot.
they could reduce it to about 1,500.
That sounds fair.
And I wanted to get that clear because I know the continued discussion is where's all the money going? Is one example. So,
You know what, we could also save money if we had people cook for us for the membership meeting.
We just did today, huh? Thank you,
I
Veronica.
know.
You don't have chips anymore either, I'm sorry.
this,
Reduction, no snacks for you guys, sorry. Bring your own.
unless somebody else,
Accepting donation, candy.
All right, I make a motion to raise the assessments across the board to a maximum allowed limit.
I second.
all in favor?
Alright. And even Director Guzman went for it. So think about that.
Uh-huh.
Think about his previous side too. Think about it. We need it.
But I'm spending too much money.
Can you give us the gross number, between one lot and
Yeah, I'll pull it up. for you.
Should the motion reflect each amount? Or
We said max amount,
Okay.
so
portion?
so the max amount during the current calculations is, it's currently 49, 48, and 550 for 100 and 250. New would be 5031, 5031, and 604 for restricted funds, which is $106.66.
Single lot, 49,550 was up to 54.50 a month. New rate, 54.50 plus ding dong, plus, new 5031 plus 604 is 5635. So that's $1.85 a month increase if you just have a side lot or no residence whatsoever.
Bill, so on October first, write a check for 106.66.
Yeah, now, okay, now just back up and say, break up the two.
I just did.
You just did.
51.
106.66 for a residential lot, which includes the membership, 416 per
I got it
month.
for you right here, Bill. You can have this.
Actually, you want a copy?
Yeah, I just wanted to know what the, the two
It's on
separate.
You don't have to write it down. We're gonna give you a copy.
Yeah, it's on the
Okay.
sheet, yeah.
Do we need to do a motion on the FRM? Or
I think we said everything
Motion is
across the
to get
board.
local
Yeah,
company. Yeah.
it's, I think, okay,
50-30.
just in case we get an email. Thank
We're
you.
getting one. Huh? Maybe two or three.
All right. Wow, that was great. Next item, consider special assessment for this fiscal year, or this year, and Jason educated me real quick and he can add to it. We have it on the agenda. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jason. It doesn't need to be approved before October 1st. It has to be done within the calendar
Our
year.
documents
So-
say that we can execute a special assessment once per calendar year. And that makes a lot of sense. If we adopt the budget and everything by October the 1st, we still have several months until the end of the year to request money for this. So I motion that we table this until we have a budget in place, until we have more information on the motel, and then we go for it to the next meeting.
A second that.
What's your question?
My question was, I thought we were gonna do one for this calendar year, and one for next.
The calendar year is December 31st.
We can technically do
The
one.
calendar year for this
No, the year
year.
calendar
That's the
year.
fiscal year. Calendar year is January to December. Fiscal year is October to September.
Oh, so we don't do that.
So
right?
he squared it with-
Oh, okay.
So technically, we could take one in November and take one in January. Now, can we justify doing that? Probably not. So maybe just one, and then after we do the next budget next year, maybe we put our hand out again.
So
Assuming that the budget comes out and we justify that we need set funds. So we've already got the assessment in place. Let's figure everything out, have our budget meeting on Monday, approve that, and then on the next meeting, in the October meeting, maybe we put this back on with more information on how this is or is not justified to request this funds.
and the big consideration in that coming up is that this is a motel review. So the motel review, the thing is, once the annual year passes, we only have one chance per year to do it. But we want to have a budget, know where we stand before we make a decision to do anything more than just a regular assessment rates.
Yeah, and there is, I'm not sure I know some details, but I have heard that we can do a special assessment for the taxes specifically.
For
And
mud.
I've also heard, yes, there's
It's only for mud. Yeah.
So is that above and beyond motel assessments? Okay, so let's put on the next agenda, mud tax, special assessment as well. And maybe we ask for the mud tax. I mean, look, we got taxes to pay, but the mud tax has got to be a low percentage.
It's around 20,000.
Yeah, so 20,000 will certainly help us. So I will talk about that next time.
Just you want to make a motion to table it?
Yeah, I move to table the special assessment discussion until such time that we have a budget in place.
A second.
Everybody in favor? Mr. Wiley, CAD litigation update.
Okay, the update would be that, we are scheduled to have a trial sometime in March. I don't know the exact date, but sometime in March, and that's really it. We haven't won and we haven't lost.
I've been told by various people that there's like 7 or so hoops we have to jump through, like our income has to be a certain percentage from assessments.
versus outside businesses. And we have to be registered as an HOA with the federal government and some other things. Are you knowledgeable on?
Yeah, that's the law. It's whatever the 28.1, the law, and we meet every requirement of the law currently.
And if we start collecting a lot of back assessments, is that going to help us or hurt? And I guess if we get more assessments, more of our income is going to come from assessment.
Well, I think you got to break it down. That's a great question. I think you got to break it down for what the suit is for. And the suit, we've already done the calculations on the suit for the year it pertains to. Okay, so you got to remember that it's not what we're doing now; it's what we've already done. So we've already run the calculations on a 60-40 split. I think there's 7 or 9 requirements. 3 attorneys have looked at those, and the one that really matters, which is our tax lawyer, Mr. Rosas, has thoroughly reviewed it and agrees that we meet those requirements. Now, your concerns are very warranted, and the county, obviously, strategically moving forward, they would also be wanting to watch. Like, just because you win a lawsuit, just because we win this lawsuit, it saves us $80,000 in 24, right? Doesn't mean it's going to save it for us in 26 or 27 or 28 or 29. They can go back and challenge it every single year. And in theory, you have to file a lawsuit every single year.
So we have protested our 2024 taxes.
That's correct.
But we did not protest our 2025 taxes.
That's correct.
So that is not going to help us for 2025.
That's correct. And your trend on expenses is, yes, if you, I think Charlene, where were we at? I think we were at, I want to say we were at 4%. I can't remember the exact numbers. I'm not looking at it, but like 64 or 65% spending, or income coming from assessments, which was the requirement.
Mhm.
But we meet the threshold. Now, you're correct. If we went back and we started really aggressively collecting assessments, then we also need a mirrored image of that in the motel and the RV park and the golf course working.
Maxed out the RV park and maxed out the hotel and hunted a lot, it could bring us below the threshold and make us unqualified. And how close are we to the threshold? How close are we to it? That what if we maxed out all our revenue streams outside of assessments? Are we anywhere near that threshold?
Well, the best thing that we can protect is collect as many assessments as we can.
Well, obviously.
Yeah, that's the best thing.
In relation to the tax protest eligibility, I mean, it's 60%?
Yeah, I believe
And over time, how are we doing on that? Like, what was the calculation? Where are we sitting right now?
I think it was 64% or something to that effect.
So if we increased our motel and RV park more than 4% of our total revenues, then
we would be in jeopardy, yes, if the county challenged it, yes.
So I have a question.
Which they are.
As of our last budget discussion meeting, it was said that we need to focus on revenue, so we don't have to worry about expenses. If we can increase our revenue, but if we can't increase our revenue from properties like the motel and the RV and the hunting to then exceed our revenue, exceeding our 60% threshold from our assessments, then we would not meet the criteria. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what you're asking. Sorry.
If the argument is made that we don't need to focus on our expenses, but instead on our revenue, which was presented Tuesday, that all we need to do is focus on our revenue. If our revenue increases from our income generating commercial properties and it pushes our 60% threshold below, then we will no longer be in compliance for the protest.
Well, yeah, that's what we're talking about. But no, it's just for one. It's for the year that we've already. The lawsuit's only for 24.
Yeah.
So this is all concreted in. It's from that. It's just that year alone. Nothing matters now what we do. We could win the lottery and it makes no difference.
So how much are we actually protesting? So if we won everything we're asking for,
how much money are we talking, and how much overall legal expenses and efforts do we feel will get us there? 25, 30 grand of legal expenses, how much do we feel that's gonna be?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I mean, we have 15 in the budget now. We've spent around 6,000. So I think,
So let's go with 25. And how much do we project if we win the entire thing?
well, if we won the entire thing, it'd be around $100,000 in that ballpark. Now, I would think with concessions, which may never go to trial, right? But I think with concessions, I would, when I did study this, I would conservatively say that, we should do in the 60 to $80,000 range. I mean, every HOA applies for this law. It's not just us, right? Every single HOA in the state of Texas qualifies for this law, and they write off all their common property. This isn't a complicated thing to understand.
So let's say we win and we get 75K and we spent 25. So we got 50 better off to us.
Well, 50 and a precedent.
Yeah, the precedent.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going is that but we're not getting anything on 2025.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have to protest again in 2026 and potentially based on the precedent that we got it last time. So maybe the legal fee won't be 25, maybe it'll 15 or 10.
Or maybe their legal counsel will immediately say, you need to give them the break because they've already fought this in court and they meet the threshold.
I have two questions. One is a little bit of a tangent, so I'll apologize. But the first question, which is pretty straightforward, is this something, has the association pursued this in the past?
No, the law was not in existence till 10 years ago, and it's never been, nobody knew about the law.
Okay. And then the follow-up question, which is more of a general tax-related question that I've experienced. So, and inadvertently actually talked to ACAD about my personal property. So a number of our buildings are arguably not 100% functional usable. I can even include the administration building as the second floor, arguably is not habitable. And so have we been asking for a discount on individual buildings based off of the percent usable? Because I know for a fact in Kinney County that you can have a simple conversation with KCAD, tell them my property is 60% operational and 40% a construction project or shut down.
I did that myself on my properties.
Right. So have we, with the number of structures that we have that are substantial tax burden, have we one by one gone through them and presented to KCAD, not in a lawsuit, but in this is only X% operational? Have we done that exercise? Because that's
Not to
another
my
way.
knowledge.
That's another, without that costs zero legal fees and is a simple matter of this place is not habitable. I mean, I've just looked through the windows upstairs in our admin building. I mean, it's an easy argument.
Very.
So do we have a volunteer to help us reconcile the tax breaks on
I got a question for John. So real quick, just for clarification. So John, if this law has been in existence for years and we didn't protest, is it within the realm of possibilities that we've been overcharged for a long time?
So if you meet, the simple answer would be yes, but no, because we pursue it, right? So it's
Yeah.
our fault. But that's a simple answer, and the harder answer is that yes, we in theory have paid hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in taxes that we otherwise could have challenged a long time ago and met the requirements. Now, I mean, I know that some may, and maybe on this board, and everybody's entitled to their opinion, may believe that somehow, I've made some kind of decision or whatever. But at the end of the day, I didn't. This was a unanimous vote by the board, and number two, that unanimous vote came from the advice of a tax professional that does this for a living. So, I mean, I've held myself. I've held Jason accountable just last week about following the advice of financial professionals. I follow the advice of lawyers. You know, it is what it is. I think we have to follow the advice. At the end of the day, we may lose. That's a possibility. Like it very well could happen. But I think it's worth the
I
risk.
don't really remember when or where we did vote on that. Did we vote in executive session and come out and announce it? Was it an email vote? Like, how did the previous board vote on this? I'm not
We have to look it up.
questioning you, but I've been questioned on this matter.
Sure.
And I'm
Well,
not
there's-
clear, so I just want to be.
I don't know if it's an email vote. I don't think that it is. Because there's a couple of different things.
So it has to be in a board meeting, whether it's in the minutes or not, it should be in a video of a board meeting. And then,
Well, what I would say is that, yeah, I'm going to dance around a little here. What I would say is there's an article in the paper that is patently false, and I'm currently pursuing defamation charges against that article.
I saw the article. And
So or defamation suit, I'm getting advice on that currently.
Mhm.
What I would say is that there have been checks signed, money spent, knowledge of all aboard, for this lawsuit to prevail, to move forward. That hasn't been just my decision. Okay, that is patently false. I don't have an ability to write a check. I don't think I've ever even signed a check. Okay, this is a board decision, and what I would say is that as we have many times in the past apologized for mistakes that we have made, we are human. We are not perfect. And the law does say that when we go into executive session, we have to come out and summarize orally what we've discussed and decided in executive session without revealing confidential information. Was it summarized orally in the minutes for after executive session? I don't know that. I really don't remember that. I don't know. And I mean, I'd have to go back and look. Was it voted on? Yes, unanimously.
I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah.
So, and I've also been told by various people that this was protested with the CAD, 10, 15 years ago, I guess, when the law came in, and that they have a whole file on the protests and we were proven wrong. Now that may or may not be accurate. Or,
In a lawsuit?
at least a protest of some sort. I'm just
Have
saying.
you ever won a protest at the county? Ever?
I didn't have to protest. I went to them and told me you overvalued my stuff, drop it. And they said, cool, let's do that.
Yeah. Good luck
That's
with
how it
that
works.
on any county.
I'm gonna-
It's already in process. We go to trial. All this discussion is kind of moot at this point, unless you just want to back down. Let me give you a little history. We have wanted to challenge the tax office for years. But we either decided that it wasn't worth the money, which I always disagree with, or weren't brave enough to do it. But a little history here, one of the people who, the members who is so anti, trying to put this in a nice way, absolutely doesn't want us to be involved with the tax office. It's part of the reason our taxes are so high. This person used to work for the tax office, and at that time, he kind of screwed us. And now you're going to always hear complaints anytime that you go to the tax office. Frankly, I think it's time that somebody took the tax office to make them accountable for what they're doing. And I think it's worth it, and I'm glad we finally did it. And I do remember the board voting, I don't know when it was quite a long time ago, to see this through. Okay. But what I'm trying to say is the history is we've always wanted to do this, either didn't have the courage, didn't want to spend the money, or didn't want to challenge the tax office. Historically, the part of the issue started when this particular individual worked for the tax office and has been fighting it ever since. During my time on the board, there are at least 2 major meetings that we had at the tax office with the tax office at that time with absolutely no results, other than we all wasted our time. This person who was a member, and at that time, one of the meetings, in fact, both the meetings, was no longer working for the tax office, but stood on the side of the tax office against the association, trying to get our tax bill at least lowered somewhat, especially with all the non-taxable buildings that we have. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of history that the person that I read the article also, and I very seldom go in to read the newspaper, but I did this time, so I heard that he had written something. And everything he says in there is absolutely false. So I just wanted to give you a little history about where this started. The fact that, yes, we did recognize we had an issue every single year with the tax office, but I don't think we ever had the wherewithal or the courage to actually go about and get it done. So I'm very pleased with the board that's finally, whether we win or lose, is finally taking the initiative to make this a legal issue. So thank you.
I have, we get into details, so I just want to clear quick, number summation here. Approximately, what are we at in legal fees?
Around $6,000. We just, when she was doing the budget, we saw the numbers. It's around $6,000. So
And what's our anticipated future legal expenses?
we have 15 in the budget right now for this year.
Total 21.
Yes, it may end up being slightly more than that. It might be slightly less. I mean, if we go into concessions because the state's representatives come back and say, hey, look, we realize we're probably not going to win this or whatever, it may end up being less than that. I don't really know.
Okay, so all right, approximately we're looking at a $80,000 positive
Potentially, yes.
Or-
And the precedent set.
and a precedence, which I understand has real value, or a $20,000 expense.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
And the last time the last update I heard was we might give a trial in March.
In March,
So
yeah.
that's still the current estimate.
That's, I can't remember the date, but if I remember correctly, it's in March.
There's a date.
Yeah, I think there's a date. I just don't remember, but
But there is an actual court date unless it gets rescheduled. That
if it doesn't get rescheduled, it's sometime in March.
Which is a possibility with the over volume of other cases that take.
That's correct.
Okay,
You never know until, like, literally, you could walk up to the courthouse steps and you're going to walk in a trial and they cancel your trial and push it 6 months.
okay. And then I want to address the side thing, as now multiple people have said something to the effect of an article that was published in Lies, etc. Without a record of what happened, if and I haven't dug through, but if there's not a clear record of an approval, whether it happened and was recorded in executive session or was an open session, etc., without some kind of clear record, then any argument to who's telling the truth is not really viable. It's you're a liar, I'm a liar, whatever. There has to be a record of the decisions made, and without it really can't be argued one way or the other that it's a factual or non-factual statement if there's no record.
Well, what I would say to that, Darren, is that I don't disagree with that. There has to be a record, but a record doesn't always have to be necessarily written. A record can be action taken. So it just has to be reasonable, number one, which it is. And number two, in the article's own writing, it says that when trying to contact this director is ominously silent. So you are only contradicting your own presented facts by saying that you couldn't even do your own research to figure out both sides of the story, and admitting that you hadn't talked to both sides of the story and were coming to conclusions in your fact-based opinion article. So it's not, no, there is negligence in the article by putting something in the paper like that, and then also saying, but I couldn't contact the person I really wanted to figure out the truth.
Also, let me add, I'm aware of the article in reference, but I actually haven't read it. So is this Is this an op-ed article or is,
It's an opinion presented as fact.
okay, but it's written by,
Letter to the editor.
it's a letter to the, okay, just for the record. I again, I haven't read, I don't know. Look at it right now. Okay, I just wanted clarity.
Yes,
I'd
sir.
like to make a statement as far as assessments. I totally agree with the raising assessments. I may argue with you about other things, but the bottom line is, I settle with you that the assessments are for and what we do with them. This argument about the litigation or discussion about the litigation, my opinion on that is go forward with it. If we've never done it, we either got to set a precedent that it's not winnable or it's winnable. And that'll make the tax office from the tax time. And if we win, we got a president, they ain't gonna argue, they're not gonna go to communicating these stuff. You may have to go to court, but I don't think they will. And that would give us a lot of revenue in the future. And that's all I got to say. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Is that it on that subject? Okay. Can we get the financial, I know we had the financial resolution, can we get it on the computer up here? So the members can see it? Maybe y'all want to. The next item is financial controls resolution number 2.
I would have to download it onto the thumb drive.
I guess somebody can read them. Or you want to paraphrase it? You prepared this, right?
I can read it, but since I put it together,
Okay.
I want to emphasize, and I've had this discussion both with the board and the GM, that this is not a specific attack, but it is actually it's accountability on the board, and it is also in a time where we know money's tight, and it is strict, but it is a consequence of our operational funds and spending that has been in excess of the budget, which has been shown in our chart presented earlier. So the resolution reads as, whereas Article 7, Section 4 of the Association bylaws provides that all checks, drafts, or other orders, the payment of money issued in the name of the association shall be signed or endorsed by such person or persons in such a manner as determined by resolution of the board of directors. And whereas the board of directors finds it necessary to strengthen financial controls, ensure accountability to handle the association funds, and incorporate modern standards for efficiency and verification, now therefore be it resolved that 1, signature authority, all signatures expenses in an amount greater than 1,000 shall require the approval of 2 duly elected officers, board of directors. Any single total purchase over 25 other than day-to-day operational supplies required of both the board of directors for Article 7, Section 1A of the bylaws. Now, I want to say that I have been told from previous directors between last time this was presented and current that the standard used to be that 2 directors sign checks. This is basically what the resolution is about. Currently, that is not our practice. It has generally been our GM and 1 director, not 2 directors. And I mean, so next part of signature authority, payments at or below special may be approved by signature of 1 duly elected officer. For the first resolution, the term signature includes both wetted signatures, secure digital signatures, DocuSign, Adobe Sign, equivalent platforms, provided that digital signatures comply with Texas law and maintain verifiable authenticity. What that means is this isn't necessarily requiring a physical signature on the expenses, but just a digital authorization. In other words, the physical presence and location of hand signing things is not what this says. The authority is limited to duly elected officers of the board, president, vice president, treasurer, secretary, and director at large. So just duly elected officers. Authorized signatures. Following officers, association, self-service, authorized signatories. President,
Just continue.
president, vice president, treasurer, secretary, director at large. Credit card policy, association credit cards may only be issued to the general manager and to specific staff members expressly authorized by affirmative vote of the board of directors. This means that the GM would have a card and use of that card to staff members would require board approval. Any authorization of staff members must be approved by majority of board vote, truly called meeting. By reporting in the official minutes and specify the staff member's name, position, authorized purpose, individual spending limit. An example of this would be a head of a department. I don't know, say the
Department head,
right, but the pro shop or
they don't have credit cards.
right. But if it would only be at explicit board authority, that's what I'm just explaining. That's what this means.
Oh,
If there were another, if it were to go to
Right.
anyone,
I can buy for them. On the card.
correct.
Right, and that's,
Let him finish and then I
Each,
want to ask.
each issue card shall have a credit limit not to exceed amount set by the board of directors. A duly adopted resolution, credit card shall be used solely for legitimate association, business expenses such as supplies, maintenance, materials, emergency repairs, approved travel, and other authorized purchases. Credit uses include personal purchases, cash advances, entertainment, alcohol, and unapproved gifts. All charges must be supported by itemized receipts submitted within 5 business days of purchase, filed digitally for review board members for audit records as appropriate. The treasurer shall review all credit card statements monthly and report usage to the board as part of the monthly treasurer's report. Misuse of association credit cards shall result in immediate revocation, may be grounds for disciplinary action, determination, record keeping. Copies of executed checks, ACH statement confirmation, transfer confirmations, and credit card statements with supporting receipts shall be maintained in the association's permanent financial records. These shall be available to the board review, treasurer, and during the annual independent audit in accordance with government and state law. Supersession, just a clause saying this supersedes prior documents and then signatures. That's it.
Ms. Kavanaugh. Regarding
Yes.
credit card, right now, today, how many credit cards do we have?
yeah, two,
How many people are on the credit cards?
myself, and the one for Dickman, because they have one, is myself and Daniel.
Okay, so there's 2 people with credit cards right now.
Yes,
So this would require a board voter approval for there to be a Dickman credit card,
but there already is one.
right? But this would require a board vote to approve that for Dickman. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
There's
so,
two.
so there is one already, now we have to approve it, even though we've been using it.
Yes.
If
If the resolution was approved, that's it. It's just saying every card is approved by the board is what it's saying.
Hold on.
Well, this supersedes all preceding things, so it's new restrictions.
I shared with Jason, they were talking and I said that I had no problem with, I have absolutely no problem with the director's sign. And as a matter of fact, it will absolve already continued issues. And there's a story behind there, but I'm not gonna take any more time as to why we're doing it the way we're doing it now. I think we need more thought on this. There's a lot of things I can say about it, but right now I'll concede I don't think we need a resolution for 2 directors to sign it. I'm available. Jason might be available. Sharon may be available. It might not be digital, but I'm ready to start Monday to do 2 directors. That way that absolves the manager of that situation. So, but the rest, I think there needs to be more thought on it. And I'm just not in agreement.
As far as the 2 signatures, we need a digital policy. I'm not, 2 of us don't live here and there's not.
Well, that's fine, and that's fine. As soon as starting Monday, I can go down there, you can go down there, Ms. Wu can go down there until she gets the time to do it
2 people
digitally.
don't actually have to sign a check. There could be an invoice and a document of what it's for on DocuSign and or QuickBooks probably has it. I think Buildium has bill approval. The school board has digital.
Which I can explain that later on. The school board's a little bit better. We get an email saying this has already been approved, and then we don't sign it, then we review it.
That's what I'm saying. Let's get
You're
to the
never leaving, Jason. You're never going to Vietnam, ever.
So, the thing is, right now, in the situation that we're in, overall with lack of administration, I'm still willing to come down here and sign the check. So, and I don't mind, Jason, you'll have to come down, and Ms. Sharon wants to come down, or not to check with the SEC. Either way, the resolution is an overkill, in my opinion. That's the way I'm seeing it right now. So it doesn't mean I can't change my mind.
I don't know either.
Let the director will talk first.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I still send it?
No, you can send it.
I think my opinion would just be that if there's a desire to have two people on the check that are directors, I agree. We could have a very simple, Char's reviewed the check, she initials it, and two directors sign it. At this time, I'm not comfortable with the way the resolution reads. I do, however, I don't disagree with Jason being able to do, being able to sign a check or something like that. I just don't know. In the event that a check can't be signed, that's not. I don't think that's an unreasonable expectation. But I think the parameters of the resolution, I don't think are necessary.
As far as signatures go, I don't use checks. Unless I'm buying a piece of property or something, I'm not gonna use a check. Well, regardless, the payments can be made with bill. That's how I pay bills. I go to my bank and I say
but that's
pay
not-
and mail, but then no one signs the check. So there is a check, but no one has signed it. So I'm not saying there's a problem, but I'm saying we should approve larger expenses that could have been a check. Why does it matter if the check is paid with ACH or it's paid with a physical check? We don't have to sign ACHs, but we have to sign a $26 Frito-Lay bill from the pro shop. For real,
This resolution addresses that specifically for ACH payments, requiring at minimum a two director signature for ACH payments. We can vote to agree for an ACH payment for the taxes, for instance. However, this resolution would say then there would be a DocuSign, whatever, a record of two directors approving it, which puts on the board of directors responsibility for payments that have to be released electronically, especially when they're big, which should be a relief to the GM when they're big purchases that don't have a physical check with names signed on it.
So let me clarify this. We're not gonna ask for two signatures on check, because you all are gonna DocuSign saying you will, or still two signatures on check plus the DocuSign.
I think we just need to.
Hold on.
Well, you asked the question.
No, I'm sorry, not to be just.
The way it's written, the requirement is for two directors to approve, whether that is an array of ways of happening, whether it's two physical signatures or a digital signature and another signature. This gives the option of a variety of ways for authorization to occur in addition to just a physical signature. However, it does require two directors to do so. And again, using the taxes as an example, because we'd approve the payment of the taxes. The insurance, sorry. We'd approve the payment of the insurance. There was a discussion whether we should do it in chunks or not. Or the same thing with taxes, whether we pay, say, 3% now or 1% later, or etc. With attaching to that decision and payment two directors' names, then there is responsibility assigned to the board for those decisions. When sometimes the decisions need to be made quickly, which is why the digital version that exists. So you don't have to go run over and get a physical signature for these things. So it's the two director signatures and a variety of ways to do it.
Does this include
ACHs for our normal, regular monthly bills that are already set up. Cause there's a lot,
For example,
our internet, our printer, our costs for our, I mean, I can send you a list of all our ACHs. So,
I mean, the printer would be below the threshold, I guess, and I guess we
So
could,
it's below $1,000?
I guess we could approve certain expenses on a perpetual basis. We approve that you pay $800 for the copier in perpetuity until you hear from us again, and then you can go ahead and pay those potential.
so what you're saying is I need approval for every single bill that
We're just talking about, I'm not saying, but for example, with the insurance, John.
What, Jason, what you're describing is an approval of a budget. If we approve the budget for the copier for the year, that is approved. That's not a per thing. What we're talking are expenses outside of the operational budget,
Okay,
which is
That's what I wanted to
what the
clarify.
whole resolution is defined for.
so
To
basically
control spending
Amazon,
outside of our budget.
okay,
That's not, so that we can try to stay in the black when purchases come up. And this has come about from the previous graph. It's about staying in the black. It's not about an already approved budget item.
I'm good.
And furthermore, if I should wait for John to come back, but I can ask Memo, Mr. President, sorry, in the time being.
All right.
If the only thing we've discussed so far is the 2 signature authority for these kinds of expenses. The credit card resolution seems to, I've been told that this document, this is round 2, and this document is a little more detailed. Can you point out specifically what you have an issue with?
Well, first of all, there's only one person that's credit card. Well, 2 people now,
Well,
but that's been like that forever. I mean, that's been and
the one credit card has been like that. The prior board wanted me to open up for one for Dickman for ordering. I never got around to it, but I finally did, I think, 3 months ago.
Okay.
So we would need approval because Daniel's on there. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care about, that's fine. But can I just clarify a few things that are in this resolution? One, I have a receipt for every single transaction. I have the receipts for every ACH we do. I have a receipt for every transfers that we do. Every receipt for everything. And every time somebody is asking for that, I have produced it.
Then you're in compliance.
I am in compliance, always has been in compliance.
This
Because
does not.
it doesn't bother me about this. I just want to make it clear, I've already been doing this. And I'm the only one that approves on the credit card. There's already, just so you know, unless you change the credit card, Dickman is $15,000 limit. That's what it was. And our Fort Clark Springs Association is 30. Just so you know.
So John, what you missed, I just asked for, since this has now been presented twice, but last time it wasn't issued early enough for people to look at it, since this was sent out a week ago. I want to know specifically what language there's an issue with. Like, it seems the director thing, the double director signature in a variety of forms is accepted. It was made clear that this is not for an approved budget items, but this is for expenses that are not in our regular budget. Like the copy machine is a good, for instance, that
I heard you saying that when I was walking out.
Okay.
So are you saying that
I want to know what parts of the resolution are, because it appears that the majority of the present board is okay with the 2 director variety of the resolution, but that's it. So I would like to know specifically for open discussion what problems are in here. What are you against? What are the issues as it's written?
the overall enveloping issue here for me is that, number one, we already have a 2 signature requirement.
Those 2 directors.
we have two signature requirement. We can easily right now in this meeting say to Ms. Cavender, from now on, put your initials at the top of the check that you've okayed the check. And from there, two directors have to sign it. The only thing to be missing outside of this resolution at that point would be that it's not digitally signed. My concern and my caution comes from overregulation of the general manager and that we're not micromanaging the situation. I do understand your concern of saying, well, we're doing this to take some pressure off her and put it on the board. But if, as far as responsibility, but we can do that literally by just saying, don't sign any more checks that are significant in nature, initial them, and we have to sign them. And we don't have to have a resolution.
Well, and a big chunk of this, a third of it is also credit card policy. So I'm asking what,
Well, and so,
She's doing it already.
and you're bringing up the credit card policy. I imagine Vesta has something to say about credit card policy. I'm just guessing. Okay, so I may have something different to say after that, but it is the sole responsibility of the general manager to manage the association. We only are to ensure that it's well managed. And if there are expenses that the general manager is not overseeing, and then therefore happen, and there are no, we'll just say it's something that you completely disagree with. If that happens, it's up to her to take action. And if she doesn't take action, or if she does it, per se, like she goes to the casino, and then that's up to us to take care of. But I see this as the credit card policy as kind of an end around in managing not only employees, but the general manager. And I'm not for that. I just don't live in a world. My dad has beat me up for this my whole life because my dad's, 40 years law enforcement and everybody's a crook, right? Like that's and he, that's the world he lives in, and that's fine. But I choose not to live in that world. And there's nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, I want to be able to trust our general manager, and it's her job to manage this, in my opinion, not ours. And is there some accumulative amount of money that we've wasted through credit cards that's now been defined that's so alarming that we put a resolution in place? Because that's how overregulation just continues to happen instead of just going, hey, Charlene, don't let this crap happen anymore or whatever. I'm just hypothetically speaking. So I don't know. I am not for more regulation, and this adds to that. The place it's coming from, I think, is a good place. So I agree with you there. But I think it's a little too much.
I would like to add that a lot of what's in here is standard for most companies. It's actually not exceptional in the language in that regard. There are a number of expenses that would not generally be, okay in any kind of business that I've ever been a part of. And the discretion isn't actually, if we were flush with cash, I'd be more inclined to say this isn't a statement of distrust. This is a statement of putting extra eyes and restricting spending when we know we're in a tight financial spot. That is where this comes from. It's not a specific attack. And again, these policies are no different than any company I've ever been a part of.
I would just say the companies that I work for, if I go over my budget, they did not question me on anything I spent. As long as I didn't go over my budget. Now, there's a way you can do that, to fix that. So if you have items outside of the budget, we have I made the budget, right? There's also an area in each of those expenses that I spent $500 for Amazon for whatever reason. I'm using that because we use it a lot. Because I also get free, and I need to make sure I say this correctly. When we get points on our credit card, I use it on Amazon and I get free items and the shipping for the free items is free. Otherwise, out of that, it's not free shipping, right? You can put it in your budget where it subtracts from what you have budgeted for that month. And if you see you're going to go under, then don't spend it.
The, the
I can
overreaching,
report that.
the overreaching point with the numbers shown is that despite budgets being presented as black, we have steadily eroded our money, which
Yeah.
means we have been over budget, which is what this is about. It's about over budget spending.
But it also has to do with things that we just spent $25,000 on buying lots. We bought things that were not in the budget. So,
So,
I mean,
so
that
when we're,
necessarily wasn't my overspending.
no, but when we are spending outside of our budget,
Yeah.
then we have to watch every penny.
I
That's
agree.
what it's about.
No, and I understand. I'm just letting you know, there are ways that you could, it's extra work to do. And everything that is spent outside of that, you put it on the budget, it automatically subtracts it from that expense item, and then it'll show you what the bottom line is going forward. That we would have to put every single expense in there. But I understand what you're saying. I just kind of.
This doesn't say to put, I mean, the record keeping, you're already doing.
Yep.
So it's not an extra ask. The policy is about limiting the use for very specific things because we have been over budget, not specific. Maybe you have a credit card budget that we're sticking to or an Amazon budget we're sticking to, but overall, we have been over budget, so we cannot afford.
I understand.
Okay.
I just feel that it's the expense is more important than what you're paying for, than how you're paying for it. If I've got to approve a $26 Frito Lay check, but I don't have to approve something else, then either we need to loosen our check signing policy. The $26 Frito Lay checks don't require a signature, or $3,000 purchases on something else do. So I just think the whole idea of paper checks is antiquated, and there's a lot more ways to pay between Venmo, Cash App, ACHs, credit cards. It didn't exist in the 80s when these certain policies.
That's not an argument. Someone's arguing that.
Yeah, so that I'm saying that I want an easy way for people to electronically approve things and a policy that defines what those are. A $26 Frito Lay check. I've come down here and signed a $26 Frito Lay check for golf club. That's kind of a waste of time.
Well, then
for
That's a good
everyone.
example.
Why couldn't we just have the resolution, it just. Yeah, I don't know. I don't disagree with you, Jason, but
I kind of feel bad she's standing.
yeah, no, go ahead, Vanessa.
And you are, Warren, what you do for our office?
I'm Vanessa Nava, and I was events. Now I'm accounts. Payable. So with the Jason is so right about the ACH. We're trying to move everything to ACH. So hopefully all the major bills that we have, we'll start doing that. But we have a lot right now. So if they need approval, how is that going to work? As far as the ones that we have going, that not just that. We've changed the way. I've only been doing this for the last 3 weeks. So since I've started, the checks have changed because I have who's on the memo part, who's being paid to, the invoice, all the information up to who signed the checks. And I have a scanned copy of the signed checks in there so that, because I did see last meeting, so that if nothing is questioned about what's being paid or who's paying it or why it was approved. So all that is in there now, just so you know. And Charlena questions a lot of what gets paid, and just me as an employee sitting out here from the outside looking in, when you say that you're not saying it to attack somebody when you're blatantly attacking her, it doesn't make sense. And that's just me sitting out here looking in, watching the YouTube, watching Zoom, whatever. You sit here and you say, well, I don't mean this to attack you, but you're blatantly attacking her. And as an employee, I think that's disrespectful because she does it. If you were to be here and see everything that she checks and everything that she goes over, and how much she questions things. And I get it, we are in a bad spot right now, but it's not due to one person. So I don't know. That's just my opinion.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not about blaming or anything, but it says you can integrate bill.com, crush some apps and stuff, such to approve bill pay. And QuickBooks, while it doesn't natively support it, there's custom workflows that can be set up in QuickBooks for allowing the approval of bills. So there's certainly a technological way that we can make this easier for everyone. I don't want to burden people by making them come down here and sign a piece of paper. I want to make it where you just go, I want this approved, click, it's queued up for someone to do. I'm bored at the house. I go, hell yeah, I'll approve that. Click.
But right now, you're gonna be burdened to come down here on Monday to sign.
You know what?
Just a second.
We can optimize things for sure.
Well, here's what I hear. I'm gonna be burdened because I have to sign a check. Is that what I'm hearing? That at the end of the day, I'm the one that's doing all the bills. So I would love if I could do everything through bill pay. But right now, I don't have the time to set all that up. So the only thing that I'm hearing is I'm gonna be burdened because I have to go down and sign a check. And I'm not saying that disrespectfully, that is what I'm hearing. It's me. Okay, I'm not complaining about all the checks I have to sign. I'm not complaining about all the invoices that we have to file. I'm not complaining that we have to put memo. See, on our checks prior, they weren't putting memos on there. I demanded that because of all the questions. But every single check in QuickBooks has an attachment of the invoice. Did they do that before religiously? No. And so some of the changes that have been made have been good. But at the end of the day, you hear me complain that I have to do this. So, because you have to sign a check, I'm sorry, that's like, I don't know another nice thing to say about that. It's not a big
Until we
deal.
get it
You gotta come
digitized.
sign a check, you gotta come sign it. I work.
You are an employee of the association. We are volunteers. And to say that we should just come up here and do this when we can find a more organized way to do it. I'm not saying
I
do
don't
this
have a
today.
problem
with
We'll
that.
work for it. And
That's the goal.
this thing is not passing today.
Right, I
We
don't
might
have
as well
a
just
problem.
table it and move on to the next item. Because it's not going anywhere. That's my feelings.
We motion the table.
I'm motion to table
Well,
this.
hold on, now, we haven't finished with the discussion.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms.
Standing
Sandy.
here as a member listening to all this. I signed thousands of checks. Bill signed thousands of checks because we thought that it was part of our responsibility. The bills came in, the GM reviewed them, initialed the invoice. We had a check attached to an invoice. We both signed the check. It wasn't hard. And what didn't take any time, because we're always down here anyway. And Bill and I did most of it because we were here. We didn't have jobs. We're both retired. It wasn't a burden, personally. Secondly, you don't need a resolution for this. This is a day-to-day operations function. All you need to do is create an operations memo, a daily operations memo to fix this. And as far as the credit card simplified, it's beautifully written, Aaron, but it's more complicated than it needs to be. As far as the credit cards, it's much less, again, belongs in a daily operations memo. I mean, we have a list of things that we do daily, and that's where it belongs, not in the resolution. So, that's a personal opinion, but resolutions tie you down. Tomorrow you may make a change. You want to have to rewrite the resolution to correct it. Resolution should only be used for big policy changes. In 2020, when we took over as the rescue board, we had to go through and nullify probably 30 resolutions done by the previous board.
My goodness.
Some of them were actually violated state law. And it was a big process to do. So you don't want to tie yourself up when an operations memo will actually take care of the same thing. So you need to, simplify it. And credit cards, yes. But we've never had a problem. And to have a credit card originally would have been reviewed and voted on by a board years ago. We've had that general credit card for many years. We had it when I was on the board, and I haven't been on the board in years. So, just looking at it from a member standpoint, you guys are making it harder than it needs to be. And you have so many things right now that are so important to do. And I understand the thinking behind it. But there's just an easier way to do it. Because I go and file something with account. Questions?
No, thank you, Sandy.
Go.
Yes, Mr. Gardner.
The reason I put my hand up with it, I got to go back and make sure my wife is all right. But the bottom line is, people, I sat here at this meeting, and I get the impression that the renewed board members are more or less trying to micromanage management. And to me, I think a lot of people, I went to the workshop, and I'm going to tell the 3 new members that there won't be a petition out to remove you from the board. Not that you don't know what you're doing, but the bottom line is you implemented a procedure too quick. You might have got a fiasco. You're talking about making this resolution may wind up with a fiasco. But I'm telling you, the bottom line is don't get mad because there's a petition going up, because you bought it on yourself. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. I know, I don't, unless someone tells me differently, I don't think the motion Jason said was official because, but regarding tabling it, but before we make any motions, can we consider the idea? I'm willing to do 2 signatures Monday. Right, with no resolution, 2 signatures. Jason, you ready to go sign Monday? All you gotta do is say yes and
I'm not
it's
trying to
automatic.
restrain anything. And I have been complaining about
No, it's
physical
just
check signing.
I know,
Since
but for
the day I
now,
got on here.
until it's
And for
digitized,
correction,
until it's
I don't know who's
digitized.
been paying attention or not, but there's 2 new
Until it's
directors. And I've been
digitized.
sitting on this thing in hell week for like hell years. Okay, so.
Well, we're all here by our free will. We're all here by our free will. So I just wanna know, I wanna sign, I want you to sign, I want everyone to sign.
I want a digital
but
policy.
let's start Monday.
All right? I'm not coming
Let's start
down here all
Monday.
the time. I'm not even gonna be in town some of the time. There's 2 out of 3 directors don't live in this place and are only in this place. John didn't even want to be on the check signing. He says he's never signed a check in his life. So that puts the burden on you, sir.
No,
How many of
I
you
can
signed?
sign checks.
I mean, how many have you signed? And how many
I
have I
have
signed?
no
No one even
idea.
asked me to sign checks.
When
I'll
they-
come by here if I have to.
When I'm called, it's part of the, it's
I'm
part
not
of the
trying to
process.
restrain anyone. I just want to make it
Okay,
easier for
I just-
everyone, honestly.
Okay, well then we just, either we don't do anything, but right now, publicly, I'm ready to sign. I'd like another director to sign the checks with me. So, if that's what we're in agreement with, another director could be here on Monday, sign, whatever, anytime.
What, respectfully, what you're proposing is an amendment or an amendment to the resolution. Otherwise, it's not an agenda to change
Okay.
a 2 signature.
Table it. Table it. Okay, so we're gonna go on as is.
My knowledge, aren't the 2 directors supposed to sign?
No,
It just,
let me ask, that's what I want to ask a question about.
that
When I was on the board and I had Jason's title, but not as deep into it as he has done. But as far as check signing was concerned, whoever was on the board, and that was when we were using Bracketville Bank,
Still on.
we all had to go in and sign a signature card. It was the GM and the board. Every time the board changed, we had to go in and sign a new card.
That's all the same. It's an
Right.
issue of so many people doing it instead of the director and.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, since she gets the bills
Correct.
and okays them, she could sign that check as an okay, and then a board member would have to become the second signature. That's what we.
That's how we've been doing it.
Yes, but you just said she can't sign them.
I didn't say that. I
You
said,
said 2 directors,
that's where we're headed.
and you never said her. She's the one who runs this place, supposedly.
Correct.
Therefore, she okays the checks that come in, or the bills that come in, she okays them, she attaches the check with her signature on, or whoever prints the checks out. She signs it, has a board member come in, sign the check as the second signature, and mails it.
And that's where the difference is. This says there has to be two directors doing that. However, it does not have to be a physical signature. It could be digital as well, as in just another approval, but it could be a click of a DocuSign on your phone even. It's not,
But does that take her off the check?
no. It just says
So
that
now you're gonna have 3 signatures on the check?
two directors.
Okay,
And-
so I can still sign the check, but we just have to have the director be digital if they're not here
Correct.
to say it's approved.
Correct.
I don't care.
It's just it's another director requirement.
Well,
which is more-
but in the way it's been presented is you were
I
left
didn't
off.
understand.
I
I
think
didn't
it does-
understand that either.
That's what I didn't understand.
Well, then the language needs to be clarified. It is not a removal of the general manager to the rec. It is not a removal of the general manager.
Did
is-
all of you sign a paper at the bank?
Yes, we're all,
Yeah,
we're
they
all
all did.
signed.
I got them ready. They're all on the signature cards.
So you can sign.
Yes.
But the way it was
I
presented, it
didn't
sounded
understand
like
it either.
just 2 board members had to
So
sign.
clearly, that needs, if this goes another round, that needs to be made clear in the language.
Let's just be realistic. How much of the expenditures are actually paid by antiquated paper checks?
I don't want to talk about
And we're done with
it.
that.
It's working for me.
But how many?
But it's working.
Okay, but
No.
how
For now.
what percentage? Is
I
it
don't care.
10%
I
of
don't
the
know.
association's business?
I'm not
is done with
changing,
paper
I'm
checks?
so, I'm so sorry, I don't want to be disrespectful. I'm not changing anything more. Because every time it gets changed, it puts me in a bad position, isn't I don't have the help. So please, oh, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Please, let me run it, and when I'm ready to get away from the excavated portion, I will do that. But I can't now. I already know, you mentioned this time and time and time again. So I'm not mad. Please, let me do what makes me comfortable. And right now, I'm fine. You don't have to sign them all. I do.
I don't really care about.
Okay, all right, so let's not talk about it. And when we're ready, and you can help
I'm
me.
not trying to
I'll-
micromanage you, all right? I'm not. I just want electronic approval, so.
And I'm good
More,
with that.
for more
We can do
eyes
it.
can be on the situation, not because there's anything going wrong, because John doesn't live here.
Yeah,
And
I
Darren
like that.
doesn't live
That's fine.
here, and I may not be here. And if I'm not here, that burdens only one person to sign the checks.
The way Aaron
That's all I'm
said it,
saying.
you don't have to sign the check one person and I can sign it as long as you all look at it
But
electronically.
it's like,
I'm fine with that, but please don't tell me to change anything else. I'm not changing no more. I cannot do another change right now, please.
Not
That's why
today.
the digital portion is that.
Thank you. I'm good. Okay, if you just clarify, I can sign a check in there,
Thank you, Bill.
we're good.
How do you pay credit card bill?
I just.
Do you write a check?
No, I ACH it from our
almost
account.
nothing is paid by check. Like, we calculate.
Please, we don't need to talk about the
Yes.
antiquated.
Okay.
It's
I'm
just
not,
a
Thank
simple-
you,
I'm
Bill.
not saying
Bill,
it's antiquated.
we're
I'm
good
saying
for this.
that's
Thank you.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
It's a small portion of our
Okay.
business.
Someone want a
we're talking
motion?
about here. It's a small portion. of what
You want a
we're-
motion to table it, or what do you want to do, Jason?
Can I just ask one question?
I'm
One question.
confused about
So
what
I make an
this is.
Excel spreadsheet and it has all of the checks that I do for the week. Is it okay if I email that to y'all, say, these are the checks that have been cut?
We'll learn
So
to
y'all
do
can
it,
keep.
Let me-
we'll learn to do it through DocuSign.
And
We can do
DocuSign.
it.
She'll tell you on Monday.
We'll,
She'll tell you on
you
Monday.
and me, we'll have it uploaded into stack form or DocuSign, and we'll send it out with all the
Right.
information.
So I think also there needs to be clarification on this is operational budget stuff that's approved is not, and this is not an issue with that. This is for,
I understand.
okay,
I'm okay with that. If you just put that in there, then I can sign it, because I got the idea I couldn't. So if you just change that one little, I am so happy with that.
I would
I'll
prefer to
use
have
the
an operating
DocuSign.
memo instead of resolution, because it does constrict us. So,
I
but we'll table it and we'll discuss it tomorrow.
And I am not proposing anything that I haven't been saying since the day I got on the board. So this is not about me micromanaging Charlena in any manner. I always wanted electronic signature. That has nothing to do with her. I'm just saying that whoever was
I
sitting
know,
there.
because we go to your house to drop off stuff for you to sign, because you don't want to come up to the office.
A couple of times you have, sure.
Yes, yeah. So
Aaron, what do you want to do?
let's just,
Aaron, what do you want to do?
we agree, okay?
Okay.
No
Well, we
changing anything else that I do right now, please.
Well, we just motion to table this anyway.
It's okay, I agree. I'm good. I mean, I know I don't have to say, but I mean, I do, but I agree.
He's
I
gonna
don't
make a
like it,
motion.
I'm
He's
okay.
gonna make a
A
motion.
motion to table the financial controls resolution.
I certainly second that.
All in favor?
'Cause I'm starving.
Okay, next item, reserves, study update. I don't have any information. Who's going to present that information?
I don't think we have any information.
We don't, I know that our,
That's the update.
hmm?
Yeah, yes, this is an update from the RGM.
Okay, oh, all right, I didn't know that. Okay, so we have talked about having a reserve study. I believe we all agree that we do need one, because it's gonna tell us the amounts of money that we're gonna need to pay for our inside of the buildings, the outside of our buildings, everything that we would need to budget for the future. I haven't looked into it based on the costs, so you mentioned it could come out of the restricted fund, I believe. So if that's something that the board wants to do, then we can definitely move forward if you all agree on that.
We have to vote, but in an update, I would like to know, and perhaps we can just have this in another meeting, but it will quickly before the year's end. And yes, this technically would be restricted fund, but this could be another reason actually to want to do a special assessment in particular, which we get one per year. So the question is, are there different company reserve study options? What does that include? What does that entail? Not just one bid, but multiple, etc. What's beneficial? How that would benefit us in grant, requests, etc.
Okay.
That's it.
As of today, at this moment, this time, I will not support paying one penny out of our membership funds to go to reserve study. If money is raised privately to pay for it, fine. We talk about how things are tight, things are very tight. The reserve study, I believe, is a great idea, but if someone wants to raise the money, chicken plates, barbecue plates, whatever, to raise the money for the reserve study, I'm all for it. But at this time, I will not recommend that one penny of the membership money go to a reserve study.
I want to reemphasize that the reserve study is the key to opening up grant money and will ideally bring in substantially more money than the actual cost of the reserve study.
How do we verify that? That would be kind of,
Grant research.
yeah, no, I, as director, I would want somebody to show me the correlation of, and the proof that, hey, if this reserve study is done, this is what it opens up to you. This is what it looks like in a document or a series of documents that prove that. Because right now, at this point, we've been doing it, like you saying that is me just taking your word for it and then voting on a special assessment per se, or coming out of the capital budget or whatever. Is there a way, like, outside of us doing all our research, is there a way for us to verify that that's
Well, this must have happened in the world. Like clearly places have gotten reserve studies and gotten or not gotten stuff. And once we start talking to people that do reserve studies, maybe they have studies on their effectiveness and can point us to some people that it's actually succeeded or failed for. And then we can have some real information, right?
Yeah.
Like, that sounds like a good idea. So I think the whole update thing is, let's learn something.
Yeah.
And find out what we can and can't do, instead of just saying we're not gonna get this, we're not gonna do this, because we literally could or could not get the reserve study paid for within the first 6 months of doing it. We could get double that in grants, or we could get nothing. But there
Or we
needs to
could
be,
get, or we could get millions.
or we could get,
Well, that's what I would like to see, like, here's, Director Wiley, here's 3 grants right here, and they all require a reserve study. And they fall right within the parameters of the adult center or whatever, right? Just as an example. And then that allows us to make an educated decision to say, okay, well, you know what? We can prove that the bang's worth the buck, right? Like, and the same thing with the tax lawsuit, right? It's like, if we spend this money, we may make this money. But right now we don't have any of those parameters. We're just talking about it. So I think that's the next step is we need proof that these requirements need to be met in order for us to receive these
And
funds.
that is the request, and that's why
Okay.
update is
Yeah.
part of it. It's, let's make this conversation grounded.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was me that was gonna present it. Because it was talked
Even
about
if it-
before, so sorry, but I agree.
I
I will
don't,
look,
I don't think you can do that, Shirley. Like, you would have to go find specific grants.
no, but I can talk to reserve study companies and say, hey, when you did this reserve study, did it help who you did the study for to get a grant? I can ask those
And
questions.
that's nice, but I don't think that's specific enough. That's what I'm trying to
So
say.
given that this is a big ticket item,
Yeah.
our insurance agent brought themselves out here and advised us on insurance
He did,
options.
yeah.
So I would not doubt that for 60 or 80 grand, that a company would come out here and tell us what's going on and tell the membership the value of that, and we can take that at face value or do more research ourselves.
Yeah.
So clearly, we can move this process forward at no cost to us. Maybe a little couple emails, a couple bit of research, whether that's her, volunteers, us, whoever gets on it. We should do it. Do we need to burden her with it? She's pretty busy right now,
I don't want to
so.
burden.
My-
so not, you know.
My hope is that we can find someone that does it on commission, that way it doesn't cost the membership time.
That'd be grant research. But pursuing a company that does a reserve study, they should certainly have resources and information. Because they have to sell themselves somehow, and that's,
I'm with that.
they don't do it for fun.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm okay with that. Ready for next item?
That's it.
That's
Next
it.
one, no, we got capital budget.
All right.
And then the last one is canceled, but.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any information regarding capital budget? Or what do you, I know,
No, that's something that now that I think. I think we're done with the budget, this one. I will be working on the capital budget.
Well, I mean, I could motion this as it was intended to be a budget meeting, this regular meeting. Capital budget was a part of that. So it can be, I think we can table it because there's not really discussion because it's part of the budget.
Okay.
Motion to table.
But you still want me to make it, right, so we can have it.
Yes,
Yes,
I think
yeah.
you'll find that it helps you in the
It will.
regular budget.
Okay, thank you.
your motion table capital budget,
Motion.
Second.
all in favor? And the last item, the city of Brackettville landfill use feasibility briefing with the mayor and the city manager. We're gonna postpone this for a later date, and hopefully the goal is to maybe possibly deal with the city and trying to negotiate something to use of the landfill that benefits the fort, number one, and Brackettville, but that's for future. Any announcements? Yes, ma'am.
I have a letter that was written by the admin staff that they asked me, because,
You're selected.
yes, so, I'm gonna read the letter. First, I just want to say that I grew up here. I graduated with John like 5 years ago. He graduated high school. So
Three years ago.
I lived in Brackett, but I grew up here on the fort. So I was in Unit 3 from middle school till I graduated high school with Cincy Martin. And I was here all the time. I love the fort. And I have so many core memories from the fort that are crazy and amazing. And that's why I moved back here when my children started school after I got a divorce, because I wanted them to come back to the same fort. I love the fort. And the employees here love the fort. We all love it because we all are from here, and we all have similar experiences. And my dad bought an FRM for us when we were young, so we come fishing. Like, just to let y'all know, I am from here. I love the fort. I love everything about the fort. It's changed dramatically, and it's really sad to see. But we are where we are. We're trying to get it back. So, letter from the staff. We are writing to address some serious concerns about the way staff has been treated by certain members of the current board of directors and some of the membership. The environment created by this behavior has reached a point that is no longer sustainable. There have been directors who have repeatedly spoken to staff in ways that are disrespectful, accusatory, and at times openly insulting. Employees have been called incompetent and even stupid, sometimes in front of other employees or members. This conduct is unprofessional, harmful to morale, and damaging to the relationship between staff, the board, and the membership. Although we are not physically present during the board meetings, each of us takes our time to watch afterwards or listen. It is disheartening and unacceptable to hear the negative comments made about staff in that setting, especially when these comments are shared in front of the membership. This practice undermines confidence in staff, regardless of the work and efforts we continue to put forward every day. The reality is that staff members are often performing more than one job at a time. There are no standard operating procedures and no formal training programs in place. Everything we know has been learned on the job while responsibilities continue to increase. This leaves us vulnerable to mistakes and then open to criticism and circumstances that are the direct results of a lack of proper support and resources. Despite these challenges, we have constantly shown our commitment to the community. We have organized and carried out events including cook-offs, haunted houses, artisan markets, dances, s'more nights, and movie nights. These efforts were done for the benefit of the membership. Yet the criticism we receive for these events often comes from individuals who do not volunteer or do not support and have not contributed their own time or energy. This is especially discouraging to work. It is especially discouraging to work hard, create something positive for the board, only to have our efforts dismissed or attacked by those who have done nothing to help. We have also gone out of our way to provide free services, such as notary assistance to members so that they do not have to leave the board. The individuals who offer these services stop what their daily tasks are to be able to aid the members. These are examples of the many ways we have demonstrated care and dedication to this place. Instead of appreciation, our efforts are often met with judgment, complaints, or dismissal. High turnover has become a constant problem, and there's no mystery why. Few people want to work in an environment where the staff is constantly disrespected. Those of us who remain are the ones stepping up to ensure operations continue. Our general manager regularly works late into the evening and keeps things moving forward. Yet this commitment also goes unrecognized. We are exhausted from being spoken about in negative ways, both in meetings and in the community. We are frustrated with being set up to fail by a lack of training and support. We are disheartened by the ongoing criticism, despite all we continue to do for the membership and the board. We want to be clear. We cannot and will not continue under these circumstances. Something must change. Respectfully, FCSA admin staff. It's signed by Kathy Zavala, Vanessa Nava, Letty Rivas, Gabby Talamantes, Vicky Resendez, sorry, and Elisa Hernandez. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Yeah, thanks, Vanessa.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's any other announcements? Yes,
I have one.
the former NBA player.
I'd be a millionaire. That wouldn't be a problem. Pretty good. I'm Baker. I met y'all before. Some of y'all outside here. So the announcement, I guess, is that there's a new organization, a new corporation in the state of Texas. It's called the Cavalryman Steakhouse and Ballroom. Incorporated, I believe, August 4th or 5th. And I'm going to just put in your hands a draft copy of one of the documents I'll be bringing to you. This is the
proposed restaurant lease agreement. This is just for your perusal. Obviously, nothing binding here. There'll be more documents to come. There's actually a long document list at the end of this.
Go and get the Sean. Go and get the Sean.
All right.
Is that the business proposal too, Mr.?
There's no proposal yet because there's more documents to be gathered.
Okay.
I need to gather more information. But the document list I'm seeking, some of which I will need from y'all, is at the bottom of this document.
I really appreciate if you get them to her as soon as possible. And let her. Let
I'm
us
still
know.
working a full-time job, so
Okay.
I'm doing this fast as I can.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
So I appreciate y'all very much.
Sir, thank you.
sir.
Thank you. Miss Sandy, you're gonna close for us?
I hope so.
Okay.
You guys are so fun to talk to. Jason wants to make robots.
Arrows of laughs.
I know you don't talk a
Just
lot.
kidding. I understand. I write personal checks and I'm really glad I did because we got scammed badly. I'm glad we didn't have online banking because they tried to, but no. Anyway, couple of questions. We have hired a pro shop manager. Is that correct?
Nope.
Oh, we didn't. I thought we
Waiting
did.
for the budget.
Oh.
Well, we will.
I mean, I don't know.
So sorry.
Okay.
We will have to look into that because I can't keep managing. I've been doing it for 6 months, but the other person that was going to, that I could have put into the budget, took another job with benefits.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Me too.
It was what I thought it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's really no reason to be paying for a consultant once you have somebody
But
that.
we no longer have one.
Okay, good. By the way, you have a number of golfers that will volunteer to help out in the pro shop.
We need that.
Yeah,
And it would help tremendously.
and I have already offered to help you with clerical work. So the other, I have a couple questions. One, I must have missed something a long time ago. I don't understand why we're not getting profit and loss statements. Is it because we go to the bookkeeper?
We are not reconciled, so if we were to do one right now, I don't know if it's gonna be accurate, and it would give false information.
Okay, well, at least that's an honest answer. Because that was part two is if we haven't consolidated Buildium with QuickBooks, how do we know where we are anyway? So just asking, because somebody asked me and I went. Because I couldn't.
So the money could be in the P and L, but until we get the balances
I understand.
done, then we do not know exactly how much we need to put for restricted and reservation. So right now, at least the electronic deposits have a rule in QuickBooks that just takes anything that says Buildium payments. This is only electronic payment. It sees it and it tags it as Buildium deposit. So that does come out in the P and L. It just does not say whether it's historic, restricted, residential, or membership. So the money for that is on there. Now, there's another issue of that. If you don't like cash and checks, there was someone doing it, but they left. So we need to catch up on the last month of matching up cash and checks with that. And then no one's to blame on that. It just happened. Someone left. There was not a clear procedure or knowledge of that. And now that has fallen onto the staff. And to speak to what Vanessa said, I have wanted to get more training programs for the staff. And I would certainly well accept some training money into the next budget that would give whatever kind of training or self-improvement for the staff. And we may shoot ourselves in the foot because it's not like we pay people the best in the world, or we're even able to. So, the better we train them, the more likely they're going to move on to greener pastures. So we may shoot ourselves in the foot by giving them training. But hey, you know what? We want them to be better people. We want to do better, and maybe they'll be loyal to this place, and maybe we'll do better and be able to pay them more in the future. So there's a lot of things in this equation, and everybody wants things to be better.
Well, I was an employee once for the same company for 38 years. will tell you that money is nice and it's necessary, but the way you treat your employees counts more. And if you treat them, are disrespectful to them, speak to them in a disrespectful manner, overwork them, they can, as an employee, I understood it when they gave me extra files because we're shorthanded, but not trying to remedy that situation with something else. So I think that in hearing what I'm hearing, it's not the money so much as it is treat them with respect, speak to them kindly, don't talk behind their backs, and please don't criticize them. If they make a mistake, that's just a correctable error. And that's something that we have discussed in past years about employees. If you treat your employees well, they won't run away fighting. And I understand them leaving for a better job for more money and better benefits. That's always going to happen. But those people that are loyal to you, you got to keep them by being nice.
And if I personally have, and I might have said something directly or indirectly to or about any staff member, if they would like to speak to me on such, I would love to handle that and resolve that and do better in the future. So there's a message to any staff member that has anything to say to me, let me know, and I will sit down with Charlena or not, however they want, and talk about it. Because I'm not perfect, no one is, so that's my offer to anyone that I've wronged. I would like any chance to work that out.
That's a good start. Well, you've heard enough from me today.
Thank you,
So
Sandra.
thanks for listening and thank you for showing me respect both as a member and as retired director.
Oh, we love you.
Thank you. But I am here to help. I'll work around my sciatica as best I can, but I'm willing to help. All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You want me to make an announcement?
Just say.
Just for the board, I will not be here next month. At the October meeting. I will not be able to Zoom and I will not be present. So just letting everybody know ahead of time.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to now adjourn into executive session at 12:46 p.m. Thank you, everyone. We just exited executive session. No enforcement actions or any action taken during executive session. Our next meeting will be on October the 18th, 2025, Fort Clark Springs Boardroom. Thank you.
is the mo, is the mo, is the mo, is the mo, is the mo.